Is this game loud? This game is like super loud to me. I don't know why. This game is like super loud to me. I'm just gonna lower it down like right now. Wait, what? There we go. Definitely loud? Okay, cool. I don't know how fucking loud this sound is, but like it's super loud for some fucking reason. I don't know why. It's like in my ears loud. Okay. I don't know about camera motion. I'm gonna turn that off. Okay, cool. Let me see advanced real quick. VSync off. Motion blur off. Bloom off. There we go. Alright, cool. So, Bendy. This is one of those games that I played. Well, I only played the first chapter because it was free, back in 2017. Hey, JA Games. Bendy Dick. Bendy Dick. So I played this game, like, the chapter 1 back in 2017, and then I forgot about this game until, like, very recently. And I was like, wait a minute, I remember this game. Maybe I should play it again. I put it on the voting. It was surprisingly the winner for, today, I guess. So we're gonna be playing Bendy. Also, at the same time, I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming that long today, because today is gonna be the day that we find out about what the fuck Konami's up to with Silent Hill. Cause I did say that if a new Silent Hill game comes out that is either a remaster or an actual new Silent Hill game that is not a gacha game, or yeah, if it's not a gacha game, then yeah, sure. Hey Todd Tweet. Banjo Rock Band? Probably. But yeah, if like for some reason Konami was like, hey, we're gonna make an actual new game. We're gonna make an actual new Silent Hill game that is not a gacha game. It is not an NFT. It's an actual like big ass game. Then yeah, I will. Hold on. I will fucking make an OnlyFans account. Holy shit, what the fuck? I'll make an OnlyFans account I'll make an OnlyFans account and put content on it if Konami makes a fucking actual Silent Hill game, you know? Hey sis. Yes, this is Bendy and the Inky Machinery. Whatever it is. I played the first chapter, that's about it. Like I remember playing the first chapter and I never finished. Oh, I never know anything about the game afterwards. So I probably am gonna be playing 2 games today. Oh, it's not gonna be newts. I don't think it's gonna be newts because, you know, I think in Singapore you get jailed if you actually post fucking male newts content on OnlyFans. You actually would go to jail for that. So no, I'm actually gonna make it and I don't know, just fucking put some kind of thing. You're not buying? It's gonna be free, dummy! I'm not gonna fucking ask people to fucking pay for shit. Yeah, that guy got 3 months in jail. Feels bad. Anyways, we gotta start with a new game. Dear Henry, it seems like a lifetime since we worked on cartoons together. 30 years really slipped away, doesn't it? If you're back in town, come visit the old workshop. There's something I need to show you. I want horsecock. No. Yeah, I played this game back in 2017. I only played the demo of it, like the first chapter of it, and I don't remember what's in the first chapter anymore. I know there's a bunch of scares and that's about it. And then it follows like how it looks like with the
all right, Joey. I'm here.
How do you say this? It follows like, hold on. It follows like how like the Disney kind of shit is, you know? I never finished it. I never did anything with it at all, so I don't know anything about this game. Oh, I don't remember anything about this game. The only thing I remember about this game is that fucking guy follows you and that's about it. Bacon soup? What the fuck is bacon soup?
Looks like they knocked out a wall or two after I left. Guess it took a few.
Okay, let me actually up the volume real quick. Cause I actually put it fucking like a bit low. Solely for the purpose of this game's audio being so fucking loud. Yeah, I like how it looks like soup with bacon in it. Soup with bacon in it. I like how this game is like... It just looks like fucking Mickey Mouse, or it just looks very Disney-like. Dreams come true. Sometimes dreams do come true. Ink output schedule. That's a lot of fucking ink.
This lift could use a few dry cells.
Oh. Well, I have one. I need to go get another one. There we go.
Let's see what you're hiding.
You don't talk about the mobile game which I spent over $100. What? Fucking Genshin Impact. Wow, this looks like a fucking submarine. What the fuck? What the fuck is Bendy Nightmare Run? I've never heard of that before. It's like a new thing to me. Bendy Nightmare Run. Locate power source. Power station. Oh, it's this side, huh? What's this? I like how this is partially brand new to me because
I better get overtime for this.
I don't remember being in this part. I remember being on the upper part of the game, and that's about it. Temple Run, but Bendy, I see. I can actually play darts. Holy shit. Yo, bullseye. Goddamn bullseye. Holy shit! I took a lot of them. Is this the bacon soup? Is this actually bacon soup? The butt cunt, yes. How you doing, Xeon? Hope you're doing well. Oh, bacon soup in here. Oof. Rip through the board. Oh, maybe I do remember what this thing is.
How do I get this to work?
Fix the ink machine. Do I need all of these things? Hey, what's up?
Who put this here?
Okay. What is in here?
Oh my god. Joey, what were you doing?
Whoa! That's a... Okay. Who's laughing now? I don't know, Goofy? Goofy! Gorsh! What's this? A bone. A bone zone. All I remember is a lot of fetch quests. That's what I remembered as well. Like, there's a lot of fetch quests in this game. And then afterwards, that's about it.
At this point, I don't get what Joey's plan is for this company. The animations sure aren't being finished on time anymore, and I certainly don't see why we need this machine. It's noisy, it's messy, and only that much needs anything. Also, yes,
Hey, look, this is cute ass Bendy. Bendy. Cock. Oh, sorry. Work. Is this whatever it is? I read that as cock. I was like cock. I was like, yes, that's cock. All right. There is a place cock. Yeah, there's a yep cock. Always thinking about that cock. Yes. Hello. Oh, disc. I need this disc. He will set us free. Okay. Let's see how this is. Exit. Do you think I'll be able to exit? Nope. An exit. I mean, you can definitely see the light. You mean the cock that goes moaning when the sun? What the fuck does that mean? I probably would think that there's something in here. I probably think that I also need an axe to break that shit down. There you go. Okay. The chicken door. Oh. I thought you meant about something that I said yesterday. Which I was like, I don't remember. Yeah, I was like, I don't remember. Is that thing gone? Yeah, that thing's gone. Rip to that thing. Okay, put this here, put this here, put this here, and put this here. So I need a book and a gear. Okay. Well, if I can find a book and a gear. I feel like a gear could be somewhere else. The only thing you remember, Dex cop, pussy, vagina. Yes, and then also 18 naked cowboys. Then I need a book. Where do I find a book? Yeah, book's gonna be here. I think it's like some.
Okay,
Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's all of them. I mean, do you ever want 18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch? Big old driving gugs. Okay, put you here, put you here.
Now I just need to get the ink flowing somehow. Should be a switch around here somewhere. Then
Bend
I just
over in
turn
the ink
color.
machine. Yes. Locate the pressure. Okay, pressure valve. Ooh. Wait. Hold on. You got this atmospheric, like, fucking nightmares kind of thing, you know? Hello. Really? I can't go in? Okay. Oh, because that one's blocking the door. So now we know that, like, fucking... Hello! Jesus Christ, that shit... That scared the shit out of me for a bit. What the fuck? Hello, what's up? Whoa! What's with the ink? Bro. Is that it? The ink? Here's syrup. Ink that nuts. Oh, shut up. How are you doing, syrup? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Ali. Hope you're doing well as well. Okay, so I guess I've already done this. Locate the pressure valve. Is this not it? Bro, you gotta be drowned in squid juice? More like I'm gonna be fucking squirt juice. The pipe be squirting, alright. Yo, pipe squirting. I'm good. Hope you're doing well too. I'm doing well. I'm doing alright. We're playing Bendy today. I'm probably gonna play another game today, but I'm not sure what I'm gonna be playing. The other thing is that today is gonna be the day that we find out what fucking what Konami is up to with Silent Hill. So if Silent Hill is gonna make an actual, like, another game, then yeah, that's cool. If it's not gonna be making another game, then yeah, too bad too sad, I guess. But honestly, I do not know what other game is it gonna be making. Sib-chan? Hey yo, Sib-chan. Because they're gonna make another, like, they're gonna release another new game, but who knows what the new game's gonna be like. What? Oh no! Oh, I'm gonna run. Okay. Escape the workshop. Oh no. Ah, my eyes. In Steam. Oh, the X is there. No, my DX is not there. You mean Konami? Yeah, Konami's making a like probably a new Silent Hill game, and then I said if Konami's gonna make a new Silent Hill game, one, I'm gonna make an OnlyFans account. Two, I'm gonna make it free. Three is gonna be content. Smile. If they're gonna make an actual new game. Dude, do you not know? Like today they're gonna talk about Silent Hill, but we don't know what the fuck this Silent Hill is until like we find out what the fuck this Silent Hill is. Hey Shy. Damn, all that ink. All that squid ink from the Squid Game. Hello? Clear up. New path. Alright. The creator let... Fuck Konami. Konami will never be the same as without Kojima. I mean, they technically did take whatever away. They took Silent Hills away. They also took fucking Metal Gear Solid away. So there's that. Don't scream. Well, I don't know. Well, this game is gonna be scary. Either scary or not gonna be scary. I don't know. I mean, they already gave a little bit of the scares already, as you can tell. Whoa! Oh, yo, it's amnesia, dude. It's fucking amnesia, man. They can never take these nuts away. These nuts. How you doing? Well, gonna be worse than Downpour. We'll see. I don't even know if it's gonna be worse than Downpour, anyways.
Oh, my head. What happened?
Rat game's still the best. I still have to buy whatever the game's called.
Well, I guess there's only one thing to do.
Plague Tale Requiem.
Press on. See if I can find a way out.
Should be bad. Who knows? I honestly do not know if it will happen, but sure. What the fuck are these? Are these eyeballs? Oh, are those eggs? The fucking eggs. Eggs. He was set us free.
How did this place get so big?
He appears from the shadows to rain his sweet blessings upon me. The figure of ink that shines in the darkness.
Imagine trying to understand lore. Well, no, he will set us free. What are you talking about? I can't read. So are these eggs? He's illiterate. I said what did I say? I didn't say anything. I don't even know. You already know the fact. I already know it's probably gonna be shit, but who knows what kind of shit it will be. Yo, is that Mickey Mouse? Hello, Mickey Mouse.
Where the hell did he go?
Yo, that shit looks like Mickey Mouse, not gonna lie. Yo, what up?
Need to get power to this gate somehow.
Oh my
Should be a couple
god,
switches
bro.
nearby.
What the fuck? Hey, yo.
Then maybe I can open it.
No. Hey. No. You break. No. Okay. Get bendied? Yeah. That's how illiterate. Talking shy. Wait, what do you mean you're talking about shy? I don't understand, but no mind, whatever. Okay, that's one. Thick bendy? No, that's ink. All right, that's ink. Ink. That's ink. Where's the other one? I remember seeing the other one. Ink makes more ink, baby. So yes, it's. How does that work? I don't think that's how it works, right? I don't think that's how it works. Is the door gonna close on me? Okay, no. Okay, I can't go back that way. So, probably there's gonna be a fucking way for me to actually go through this place. Benji's patch. Yes. Of course. Okay, that's like 2 there. Is this last one right here? No. What? Where is it? Am I blind? Am I missing it already? Okay, there's 1 here. There's 2 here. It's not under here. Under these? Okay, let me go back. But yeah, I think Silent Hill, like, Konami's gonna make another Silent Hill game, but like, what is the Silent Hill game? What is that new Silent Hill game that everyone's gonna be talking about, you know? I heard it's gonna be like, either gonna be a mobile game or like an actual fucking Silent Hill game that is the UK Silent Hill game, you know? It could, oh yeah, it's here. Okay, there we go. It could very well be the UK British Silent Hill game, because they actually talked about it like a while back. I don't even know. If it's gonna be a mobile port, then it's gonna be like Super Omega LOL, honestly. Hello?
Really dark in here.
So first, Joey installs this ink machine
Wow.
for our heads. Then it begins to leak.
The lightest side of hell. I see.
Ink had flooded the stairwell. Joey's solution: an ink pump to drain it periodically.
Music
Now I
department.
have this ugly pump switch right
See Konami lately? No new stuff. Recycle. Ah, yes, the fucking
I'm gonna get out of here.
the whatever it was, the fucking e-football. E-football, man. We're gonna get Silent Hill Football Edition. British Silent Hills post Brexit. True, could be that.
same strange thing happens. I'll be up here in my booth, the band will be swinging, and suddenly Sammy Lawrence just comes marching in and shuts the whole thing down. Tells us all to wait in the hall.
Let's,
Then I hear something. He starts up
do
my
I need to turn something on?
dashes of the protection.
It's true, Pyramid Head. Oh, Liz Truss. What the fuck? Who the fuck is Liz Truss? Is it some British, like, political person or whatever it is? PM of UK? Wait, the new PM? Damn. Yeah, is she brand new? Sounds brand new to me. Alright, lights up. Whoa, what the fuck? Damn, bro. Holy shit, bro! That's a monster of itself. Yo, that's some babies. Bro. And that's some babies. What the fuck? She came to power right before the queen died. Ooh. Yeah, that's recent, I guess. This met her in day 1 and then died. Dude, she has the magic touch to kill someone. Holy shit. I'm gonna bet my money on it. She has the power. Oh shit, hello. She has the fuck. Ah! Sorry. She has the fucking power to kill someone with 1 touch. Is that someone? Oh, you. Okay, there we go. Bonk. Man, I do like these kind of like, you know, I really do like these kind of like cool ass animations. Not moaning, you're moaning. Is that a woman? Wait, that's a woman. Susie Campbell. Liz Truss gonna fist on the North Star. You already dead? Jesus Christ. Interesting. Alright. Wait, what? Seizure stop? It's not even a seizure, it's just me playing fucking... It's me fucking playing the fucking instruments. Like, first I bang your mom, then I... Oh, sorry. First I bang the drums, then I bang your mom. That's what it is. Sorry. First I bang your mom, then I play the... bang the drums. That's what it is. Okay, hold on. No! Okay, let's go this way then. Hello? Holy shit, that's a lot of flashing light right there. Infirmary. Okay, I can actually go to the infirmary later. Damn, Picasso. Picasso looking shit. Look at that. Happy, sad, disgust, angry. It's just fucking whatever it is. It's just the same fucking expression. First I bang your mom, then I bang your dad. Oh shit.
Punching in. Well, there's the pump switch, all right. That's one hell of a leak blocking the door, though. If I
It's
could just
time to
stop it from
believe.
flowing, maybe I can get in.
Can I get in like this? Oh. Specials were invented up in the 1930s. True. What do you mean lies? Actually true, what are you talking about? Expression. There weren't expressions until God knows when. Smile. I guess I'll go up again. Or yeah, just go up then. No. Bad. Oh, I just go here then. Okay. Hey, you can play fucking pool. Let's go. Oh man. I sunk a ball. Hell yeah. Oh shit, that's an eyeball. Damn, I'm gonna play with eyeballs. I like eyeballs. Stop playing with balls. I had to play with eyeballs though. Do I really have to sink like all of them in? Okay, hold on. Oh well, I got one of the balls out. Too bad. I'ma go up again. Oh shit. They're now there. Wait, I've already listened to this. I don't need to listen to this anymore, right? Hold on. I leaked the ball. Yes, I leaked the ball. Each time you smash... Wait, hold on. Each time you smash Bendy's cardboard, you're increasing the difficulty. Am I really? I would like to increase the difficulty, Smile. What? Is there like a specific kind of instrument that I need to hit? Dude, she's hot. Alice Angel. She's fucking hot. Oh wait, hold on. Is there any... Hold on. Whew. They just stare at me like this. Oh man. Is there any kind of...
It may only be my second month working for Joey Drew, but I can already tell I'm gonna love it here. People really seem to enjoy my Alice Angel voice. Sammy says he may be as popular as Bendy someday.
Maybe I'll be able to progress by doing something. Look at them, they're just watching right now.
Alice and I, we're going
Where's that 4 now? There used to be 2, now it's just 4. Unless, you know, I had to go around just finding fucking a bunch of instruments, maybe? I don't know.
Back to the old grind.
Oh yeah, I can save here.
I better get overtime for this.
Cool. Okay. Oh, there we go. That should work now. Yeah, that should work now, I guess, because, you know, I played a lot of the instruments. Bendy is like your mom. How is Bendy like my mom? Come on, HJ, tell me. Tell me right now, how's Bendy like my mom? Okay, you got 1 here. 2, 3. Oh, wait. Maybe. Okay. Oh, Bendy. I thought I saw the apostrophe S. I was like, huh. Bendy's? Bendy's nuts. Hope you're doing well, HJ. Fuck. What am I supposed to do now? Oh. Break it out. Bendy's nuts. Yeah, Bendy's nuts, man. I'm breaking everything. That's it. Squirting. That bear was squirting. That's what it is. That bear was squirting. Do I have to like do this while the fucking thing is rolling, I guess? If so, then ooh. Yeah, I probably have to do this while the thing's rolling. Because I don't think... Stop drinking Bendy's cum. Hey, it's the squirt, man. I didn't do anything. This is squirting. Look. Okay. So I definitely gotta hit all the right notes. Hold on. Oh wait, I saw a key here. There we go. Key. Got my key. But is the key for the whatever it is in this place? How you doing, Walnut Bongo? Hope you're doing well. Here.
Every artistic person needs a sanctuary. Joey Drew has his, and I've got mine. To enter, you need only know my favorite song.
Okay, drum, violin, piano, drum.
The violin shudders with a piercing voice. The piano delicately calls.
Drum, violin, piano, drum. First I bang a
There's
drum.
something I've got to do in here, but I feel like I'm missing something.
Okay. Unless I did it wrongly. So I did the wrong thing. Did I do the wrong thing?
Every artistic person needs a sanctuary.
The drum thunders in
And I've got mine.
drum thunders in triumph. Violin shudders with a piercing voice.
The drum thunders in triumph.
Back to the old grind.
The violin shudders with a piercing voice.
Okay.
The piano delicately calls. The drum echoes out once more.
So I just had to repeat them like a few times, huh? Okay, I did it. And the sanctuary will open. Is this a violin? This is a violin, right? The sanctuary will open? What? Sammy's favorite song. Plague Tale Requiem. I don't have the game. I unfortunately do not have the game.
Every artistic person needs a sanctuary. Joey Drew has his, and I've got mine. To enter, you need only know my favorite song. The drum thunders in triumph.
It can be purchased.
The
Well,
violin shudders with a piercing
you can purchase it
voice.
from me, I
The
guess.
piano
Smile.
delicately calls. The drum echoes out once more. Sing my song, and my sanctuary will open to you.
Drum thunders and okay, drum thunders and triumph. Are those the drums that I'm playing? Like this one? Wait. Okay. Why do I buy a game so someone else could play it? True. That means I can't play the game, Smile. Let's see if this is a time thing. What? Maybe I need to play them in order. No, this one shuts off, I guess. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, maybe I would just play it once. If not, it would just shut off like that. There you go. Enter the sanctuary. Now let me in the sanctuary. Hey, look, a fucking vent. Vending. Where's a toilet here? Where's a... Sing a happy song, whistle a merry tune. Wait for his arrival, he's coming very soon. Okay.
One down.
Oh, hello. Find the second valve. Oh, shit! Whoa, dude! Come down. There we go. Plushies, plushies. Damn, bro. Them fucking ink babies. I ain't all in for them ink babies. Yeah, that's right, ink babies. You're gonna die, ink babies. Okay, is it in the infirmary? Yeah, it is in the infirmary. Oh shit, more ink babies. Fuck off. Whoa, did you just hit me? Fucking ink baby. Little dickheads.
No, there's no valve. Where did it go?
Okay. That's why you don't... Yeah, the baby spawn. Hey, yo! What's up, man? Are you the guy from PN? He's the guy from PN, dude. I know him. Ha, that one broke. Down here, we're all sinners. Whoa! What are you? What are you, mister?
Is that thing holding my valve?
What the fuck? That thing's holding my valve. The sheep will come to slaughter. No way, no way, man. That's ridiculous.
I love the quiet, and that's hard to come by in these busy times. And yeah, sure, it may seem I have it down here, but it's just perfect for citizens like me.
The sheep will come. Okay, that guy has my fucking valve, dude. Give me back my valve, bro. What the fuck? Sing with me. Happy fun time. Oh shit. Oh. Okay. I know what this is now. Okay, where are you? Here. I need him to appear right here. Yeah. Oh man. I don't think black stuff will come up from there. If it actually comes up from there, I'm gonna be fucking scared. Oh, he's there now. Boom. That's right, bitch.
Sorry I had to do that. Nice hat though.
Nice hat though. True, nice hat. True. I played a fucking... There we go. Take one of these bacon soups. I love bacon and soup. Bacon soup. Bake these in a soup. Shit, that one's still broke. Fuse bad. I'm gonna break you now.
Okay, that should do it.
That should do it. Hey, bacon ham soup. Bacon ham soup. Bacon ham Lincoln. All right. We can go down now. Can we not go down? Wait. Oh. What? Oh. Oh, I know where to go. Here. Because the doors were kind of weirdly sprayed with whatever substance it was. There we go. Pump control. It's time to believe. Do I really want to believe? Bacon ham soup sounds like, yeah, like... Oh man, I got whacked. Got whacked in the head. Yo, what up, man? Time for bed? Time for me to sleep?
Nice and tight.
Hey, yo, you're so fucking sexy. Holy shit.
No, we wouldn't.
Wait, you're taking my
I must
axe?
admit, I am honored you came all the way down here to visit me. It almost makes what I'm about to do seem cruel. But the believers must honor their savior. I must have him notice me. Wait, you look familiar to me. That face. Not now, for our Lord is calling to us, my little sheep. The time of sacrifice is at hand.
He's ripped,
Then
by the way.
I will finally
Like, honestly.
be freed from this prison, this inky, dark abyss I call a body. Shh. Quiet. Listen.
Looks like it was naked cowboy. Yo, 18 naked cowboys.
Let us begin. The ritual must be completed. Soon he will hear me. He will set us free.
He really looks like that fucking person from fucking PN or Paon.
It's time for sleep. Rest your head. It's time for bed. In the morning,
It's getting cold here a little bit.
or in the morning, you'll be dead.
Uh-oh.
Bendy, arise from the darkness. Arise and claim my offering.
What the fuck?
I beg you. I summon you, ink demon. Show your face and take this tender sheep. No.
What the fuck?
Stay back. I am your prophet. I am your
Ah, what an idiot. He died on the other side. What an idiot. Oh shit! No. No. Bat. You're bad. Can I go into this door? Oh man. I wanna know what's in that door. Come on. Come out. Ow! Jesus! Yeah, that's right. Okay, is there one more? No. Okay, cool. 6 degrees? Holy shit, 6 degrees? I don't think I can handle 6 degrees. At least for this game, you actually get a weapon, which is good. Wait. Is it? Oh my god, what's up? Yeah, dude looks like the fucking PN person. the literal fucking PN. I swear. Oh, hello. Hi. Ugh. It's for kids that causes weapons. What the fuck am I coming out from his asshole? Bro, I'm coming out from his asshole, man. It came out from his asshole. The silencer vagina. The silencer for vagina. Yeah, true. Boop, boop. Hey, Dice. Yo, soup. Got me some
Hello?
soup.
Someone there? I know you're in here. Come out and show yourself.
Come out and show yourself. Oh shit, it's Gooby. Hello, Gooby. Gorsh.
Boris?
Boris Johnson? Is Goofy gonna get us out? Chapter 3, Rise and Fall. Rise and fall on these nuts. What the fuck? Did Gooby just fucking put us here? Oh, he's a wolf. Oh. Oh, this motherfucker's a wolf all along. Oh, he's a fucking furry. It's a fucking furry, dude. Hey, what up, man? Hold on. Ew. Furries. Yeah, man, we smack down all the furries. That's what we do. Hello, Gooby. What the fuck? Bro, you alright?
I'm not getting out of here that easy. Need to open the door, but the lever's missing. Boris probably has it.
Oh, Boris.
Hey, buddy, you seen that lever handle around? Or are you holding it hostage until I make you something to eat? I thought so. Let's see what we got.
Find 3 soup cans. 1. That ain't soup. I need 1 more. It's calling the exterminate. God damn it. God damn it, HJ.
That should be enough.
Alright, here's your soup. I'm gonna make the soup then. There. I'm alert. Look, good luck getting bent over.
Here you go.
Of course, I'm gonna get bent over. Thank you, Gooby. See you, Gooby.
See what's out there. Don't wander off.
I actually want to know how long the speed run is because you know it feels like already a short game. What the fuck? Hello, Gooby? Gooby, what the fuck are you doing? Gooby. 4.5 hours. Goofy? What are you doing?
Looks like it's really dark up ahead. Let's find some light.
Wait, is Goofy gonna block my way? Oh no, he's... Okay. Finish 2 episodes in like an hour? Kinda. Sure, I'll go first then.
I'm scared, Boris. Let's keep the light near you so you don't get lost.
Alright, Boris. Stay with me, alright? I'm probably the Mickey Mouse of the I'm probably the Mickey Mouse of the clubhouse. I'm the leader. Dang, what the fuck is that? I dropped my stream. I dropped my phone on the face. Close the stream. Omega lol.
Yeah, me either.
Okay. Hello. Where the fuck is Goofy? Goofy. Fuck do you go, Goofy? Yeah, there we go. Little fucking pussy. Goofy, go quick. Come quick. Walk quick. Go. That's Scooby-Doo. That's not Scooby-Doo. That's fucking Goofy. This just looks like fucking Goofy to me.
Dead end. I don't see any other way through. You got any ideas, Boris?
She's gonna fucking break the... What? She's gonna fall in there. What the flying fuck? Scooby-Doo me? What the fuck does that mean? Find new exit. Oh, there's that. Alright. What the fuck is this? Heavenly Toys.
I don't remember any of this.
It's a hiding place as well. It means sex, you knucklehead. What is sex? What is sex? I'm a virgin. I'm a visual learner as well, by the way.
Always on time.
I know what sex is.
Why is there always something blocking the door?
Is
Gotta
that a
be way
door? What's this cat thing?
I don't be seeing what the big deal is. So what if I went and
Sex is when you're... Yo, cowboy, 18 naked cowboys, 18 naked cowboys in the showers.
If he really wants to be so helpful, he could be telling me what I have to be doing with this warehouse I got full of that angel watchman moment.
Another day, another dollar.
Another day, another $1. We only need $1 and that's about it. Hold on. Oh man, invisible walls. How dare it has invisible fucking walls in this game. Boo. Can I go back here and just get an axe or something? If there's ever an axe. Nope. Are you stuck? More like progression. Because this is like literally just the progression of the game. So I don't know what the fuck is happening. Step bro. I'm step bro, I'm stuck. Yeah, this is just like the progression of it anyway, so I don't know if there's anything that I had to do so far. I can turn that on, but also at the same time, this thing, I don't know. Oh, that thing now can be turned on. Okay. Unclog the belt wheels. The belt wheels. There we go. Wait, is that it? What other belt wheels are there? Oh. There you go. She's quite a gal. You are indeed quite a... Fuck me. I like your tits, by the way. What? Am I supposed to, like, look at this thing? What? Fuck's happening? Oh shit. What up, man? Damn, bro, she's fucking hot, not gonna lie. Put that on my list on horror chicks that I would fuck.
A new fly in my endless web. Come along now. Let's see if you're worthy to walk with angels.
I am. Don't bang Alice, I swear to God. What? Damn. Come bang her. That was my only chance. Come bang her. What? Oh. Okay. Dreams come true. Yeah, dreams do come true when I...
Everything feels like it's coming apart. But I walked
When I, meet the hot chick, I guess. Hello? It's probably gonna be something that I'm gonna be, like, fucking regretting. Okay. Hello?
Boris.
Hey, yo!
Oh, you scared me.
Hey,
to
yo!
death. Don't suppose you found anything we can use to protect ourselves with.
Imagine buying the plushie for $19.99. $19.99? Jesus Christ, that's a lot of money. Door release A and
We need
B.
to throw two levers at once.
Oh,
You get this one. I'll find the other.
okay.
Alright, let's go over this again. If the pressure goes over 45, I screw the safety bolt in tighter, right?
So I have to follow this thing, huh? The fuck was that? Hey, yo, what up? Whoa, what up, man? Whoa! You alright? I think I need soup right now. Look at all the ink that's on me right now. I need. Oh wait, I don't need soup. Okay, whatever. There we go. Is this thing gonna grow? Nope. This is very interesting. Very, very interesting to say the least. Brew regen? I don't know. Wow, there's a lot of shit in this area. Holy crap. Feels familiar? Feel familiar? Okay. I guess that's a hiding spot that I will go to if I ever need some hiding spots. The creator lied to us. Interesting. I feel like one of them in the recording is actually one of the creator of the whole Bendy thing. I'm not too sure about it. Looks very interesting so far. But I also need to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'm gonna head to the bathroom. Wait, you know what? Whoa! Hello? My game? Whoa! Whoa! What? Okay. I think I broke the game already. Nice, cool. I broke the game! I broke the fucking game! Like, cool. Yeah. I'll go to the bathroom and then I'll restart this game. Imagine being so bad I lost to an options menu. Excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't mean to do that, okay? I didn't mean to fucking do that. Shut up. We all saw it. I guess, but like I didn't mean. It didn't mean like that. This all of a sudden just went out. I was like, huh? Okay, where am I spawned at? That's the question. I want to know where the fuck I'm spawned at now. Oh, I'm spawned here. Okay, so it's the fucking place where... It's the fucking place where I have to do the switches again. Cool. I mean, not gonna lie, the lady's hot. I would bang.
Looks like to open this, we're gonna need to throw 2 levers at once. You get this one. I'll find the other.
Alright, let's go over this again.
Was there anything at this site, by the way? Yeah, was there anything on this site again? No, there's just nothing. Your mom? My mom. My mom was at the other site. That's what it was. Yo, Gooby, please help me out. I'm fucking bleeding, bro. Can drink soup, though. Your mom? I didn't even do anything. Unstable? What does that mean? Damn, no ladies allowed, man. Level K.
You're so interesting.
Oh, wait, what?
So different.
Wait.
I
Oh,
have to say,
hello, Gooby. Oh my god, I can hit Gooby!
looks like you've got a date with an angel. Come to
Just smack his balls, dude.
Level 9. Just follow the screen.
I'm gonna smack his balls, dude. Date with an angel. Visit Alice Angel on the level 9. Is this 9? No. What's K? Wait, what's K and P? Is this level 9?
Step out of your cage.
I'm
There's a
out.
whole twisted world out here.
I like me some twisted world.
Better get
Like
on
how
top of
I
this.
like my women. My women are twisted, and I like them.
These plastic elevators. Sometimes they open, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they come, sometimes they keep on going to hell. They keep telling us.
She's quite a gal. Very much of a gal indeed. Why is Goofy running like that? Is she gonna... Oh man, I was about to say, is he gonna like fucking do that? It's like, yes, I'm gonna fuck him up. I'll fuck her up and just smack her. Holy shit, how many fucking Boruses are there? Like 20 different Boruses.
Look around. It took so many of them to make me so beautiful. Anything less than perfect was left behind.
Damn, bro.
I had to do it. She made me.
Who would have thought? Me having lunch with Joey Drew.
Joey Drew. Look at all of these fucking silhouettes. Like, damn, bro. Even that one as well. Holy crap. Look how hot she is. Like, I swear to God. Hello?
Now we come to the question. Do I kill you? Do I tear you apart to my heart's delight? The choices of the beautiful are unbearable. How's a girl to choose? Take this little freak, for instance. He crawled in here, trailing his tainted ink to my door. It could have touched me. It could have pulled me back. Do you know what it's
Is the ink a metaphor for his semen?
buzzing, screaming well of voices. Things in your mind, swimming like fish in a bowl. The first time I was born from its inky womb, I was a wiggling,
Whoa!
shapeless slug. The second time, well, it made me an angel. I will not let the demon touch me again. I'm so
What?
close now. So almost perfect. Yes, I will spare you. For now.
Okay.
Better yet, I'll even let you ascend and leave this place. If you do a few eensy, weensy little favors for me first.
Yes, ma'am.
Return to the lift, my little errand boy. We have work to do.
I had to go back to the lift again? Are you serious? Oh man, I had to return to the lift, really? So I came here, hear the conversation, I had to go back to the fucking lift. What the fuck? Is this shit gonna like fucking come alive now? I probably would think that this shit would fucking come alive now. Yeah, even fucking Gooby's over there right now. Gooby's like, what the fuck, man? Can't do this, can't bear this shit anymore. Hello, Gooby. Bye bye, Gooby.
My machines are hungry.
What?
Gather me some spare parts.
Take the wrench. Collect 3 special gear on level K. Are you okay, K.
There are so few to our world now. So little truth.
Punching in.
But there is one rule we all know and respect down here. Beware the ink demon. Stay out in the open for too long and he will find you. For if you see him, you'd better hide. If you don't, well, I enjoyed our date. Now,
Okay.
let us begin our work.
This game is quite slow paced, I would say.
Always on time.
Okay. That means I have to go up then. Yeah. Can't follow Gooby. Is this game supposed to be for kids, by the way? Or like kids who really want a taste of like horror games and such? Because this game feels like very childlike. I don't know if they curse in this game, but like, yeah, I don't know if they actually curse in this game, but like it just feels very childlike. It's a horror game though. I need to go there then. Is this? Oh. Hold on. He will set us free. Okay. Send out a special gear? Okay. This game is just gonna be like a fucking another Slender, but more of a Disney kind of feeling. It's more of a Disney kind of feeling of this game because, you know, it could be Slender, it could be whatever the other game's called. I don't know. This feels like that to me. I can drink soup though. Yeah, it just feels super slow now. I don't know how slow this game is like, but this is it just feels super fucking slow at the moment. I would say it's a cool game so far, but it doesn't really pique my interest that much at the moment, since it could be better, it could be worse. Is this a special valve? Ow, Jesus Christ. No, that's not a special valve. Am I just going all the way up to fucking K? I am probably. Okay, hold on. Hello. What is this place then? E 11. Level 11. I guess I do really need to go to K first then. Because at this point I'm just skipping a bunch of stuff. Unless... Whoa, what the fuck is that, bro? What the... Oh, shit. What the fuck? Saw some kind of guy with... Fucking Siren Head? It's Siren Head, man. It's like Siren Head before Siren Head was popular. How about that? How about that kind of shit? Siren Head when Siren Head was popular. When Siren Head becomes popular, slowly becomes popular. No. I had to go to K? Is K like one floor above and that's about it, or is it like a few floors? Okay, yeah.
Here's everything. Every creak of the floor. Every rustle of
Oh, hello.
I wouldn't run
What up,
so
man?
fast if I were you. You never know what will climb in.
That guy looks like the monkey from like one of the t-shirts. Or whatever it is. Look at that monkey t-shirt. Looks cool. I don't mind it. Okay. So I guess the stuff that I need is right around here. Or somewhere around here because I've been here before. I had to go back here again. The fuck is this though? Looks very technical. Okay. The other thing I would want to say is that the walking speed for this game is just... or the running speed for this game is just... way too slow. It kind of simulates like a haunted house simulator as well. Like, yeah, you're in a haunted house, that's for sure. But they give you like weapons. I mean, technically it's just survival horror in the first place.
This one's empty.
Okay, I need a gear then. What if I go this way then? Bendy, how nice. Sort of. I would say sort of nice. It's alright, I guess.
One down.
How you doing? I can hope you're doing well.
Nothing in here.
Damn, I had to look into... oh. Okay. Okay, apparently... I have to look... I had to look inside these fuse box, I guess. So how many of them are there? Is this one? It's two. Okay. Have to double check. So I probably have to go here then. Okay, there's not one there. There's not one here as well. Is there a fuse box here? No. Okay. Yeah, this game just feels fucking... I don't know, it just feels so slow. Very... I wouldn't say tedious, but just slow as it is. I don't know how to say like another word, but it just... No, there's no music track as well. This game is just as it is. Like, I don't hear music at all. I don't hear anything at all. It's, the game is just like that. Hey, stepdad Grimace. You're doing well. Yeah, it just, you know, I get it that you're supposed to like find shit, but like, Dude. It's so slow that you're finding shit like that. You know? Hold on, let me get something real quick. It's mainly lore stuff. Yeah, it's mainly lore stuff, that's for sure, but like, it does feel a lot dull than it is. Like, I thought it would be quite better, but like, you know, it is fucking dull. Couldn't think anything about it, you know? What was that? Oh shit, what's up? Dude, but I need to find the fucking thing though. What? Does it feel like by the time you finish you won't remember everything? Actually, I don't know. I feel like more I would remember it. Because this game is like quite short. It is what it is. I think it's like quite short. Look, he doesn't even see me when I went into the fucking closet. It's like, yep, don't see him anymore. That's it. Look at that. Look at how like weird the game design is. Also, I really do need to get to that part. Do I have to fight him? Do I really just have to fight him? God, see how slow he fucking goes down the fucking stairs even. And then we can just go down here then. Maybe I'm supposed to call the elevator and then, you know. Oh, hello. Or I can just... Oh, wow. We're getting out the fucking pussy hole again. Because I feel like I probably had to bypass fucking Bendy just to actually go into whatever fucking corner it was. Where am I? Oh, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, let me see whether I had to pass through Bendy. But it honestly feels like a game that like if you know the routing, you just know the routing. That's about it. It doesn't feel like it is what it is, I guess. The only thing I would say is that it just feels a bit dull. Because you can tell. It just feels so fucking dull. I'm going back the way I came from, okay. So I think... How many do I need? Gearboxes on level K. Yeah, I just have to search like one more, I guess. Oh, is it the whole of level K as well? I guess it's the whole of level K. Yeah, it could be the whole of level K then.
day, another dollar.
Ow, Jesus Christ, bro. Okay. I guess it's not the whole of level K. Because if it's supposed to be the whole of level K, that means, like, I've been here already. I don't think I know anywhere else that has a fuse box. I would guess. Is today Wednesday or yeah, is today Tuesday or Wednesday, by the way? Yeah, is today Tuesday or Wednesday? It's Wednesday, right? Okay. If it's Wednesday, then yeah. I think my only thing in the agenda. What chapters are you in? It's Wednesday. I am in 3. And yeah, I guess it's Wednesday. I didn't even realize that time flies like super fucking quick, you know? So I've only taken like 2 of the gears from here. And I don't know if I need to go all the way down again. If I really need to go all the way down again. Just for me to get more gears, I guess it is what it is. But yeah, right now I'm at chapter 3. I'm supposed to find gears, like special gears for some reason. Oh god, the epilepsy in this one. Does it not go up? It just doesn't go up. Okay. I guess I'm supposed to go all the way around then. Like searching gears, the more I move along, I guess. I don't know what's behind me. Are you just behind me? Yeah, you are just behind me. Okay. Bro's gasping for air, bro. I think you need to die so that you don't grasp for air anymore. How about that? Yeah, like I think like altogether there's like 5 chapters if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. I could be wrong about this. There's probably like 5 chapters altogether, I think. It could be 4. Oh no, sorry, not 4. It could be 6. It's 5 chapters, yeah. Already this game is just making me wanna fucking, I don't know, change game or some shit like that. I don't know. But you know, I can complete this game, that's for sure. It's only the feeling of like, why is this game like this? It's super slow-ish, I guess. It's not really as claustrophobic as I thought it would be. Fair though. Okay. Let me go and look here first. Oh, that's a lot of them. Oh, dude. Are they gonna reappear again and again and again? Because I remember killing that thing, like... Okay, yeah, they're just gonna reappear again and again and again, I guess. Okay, I can go down from here.
Back to the old grind.
Is this the part where... Oh yeah, this is the part where I came out from. I remember that. I'm hitting out. Alright, have a good one, Arkham. Take care of yourself. I can't go back here. Unless I find like another gear or such. Okay, this is I would say this is tedious now. I even know what to do now. Like, I've been to K. There's nothing more of K unless I miss one. I probably did miss one then. What kind of stairways is this as well? Like, you're going zigzag all the way as well. It goes inwards and then it goes like fucking... Yeah. Huh. Maybe it's just right here then. I have no clue. This thing? No. I don't even know. Okay. Can totally hide in there, that's for sure. Okay. So I don't even know what to do. I probably think that I need to find one more gear and that's about it. Like they talked about 3 special gears. And probably there's another one more gear that I haven't found it yet. But at the same time, I've already gone through like almost all of them already. I don't know if I have gone through like almost all, but I need to check again. I gone to this one. Wait. I've gone to this one. I gone to that one. Hey, Bendy. Hope you are doing well. It's your game, but your game makes me a bit tired and sleepy. As a guy who plays a lot of horror games. But I hope you're doing well. I probably have to find this last gear. That's the only thing that I can think of. But where is this last gear? Or is it just they're giving me 2 gears and that's about it? Hey, Joey boy. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm very confused right now. Like, super confused. Okay, there's nothing in here. There's also nothing in there as well. God, can this thing stop? Like, legit. I'm just gonna say this, like, can these things legitimately stop? Because it's so fucking annoying now. I'm probably going in a big fucking circle and I don't understand what the fuck is going on. So, I don't think... Search gearboxes on level... Well, I know the gearboxes. Where are the gearboxes? I'm already stuck. I don't know if there's anything else in level K other than the gearboxes that I've been through. And I don't know if I actually come across them already. What the fuck? Huh. I might just search it up or something. Yeah, it makes me think that I really want to search it up right now because, you know, fuck is going on? I'm already a bit frustrated. I don't think I can find that one other thing that I need. When I've already walked through this part like twice. Maybe it's just a soft lock, who knows? If I soft lock this game, cool. Took that gear. I took that gear as well. No. Took this gear. I took this gear as well. Yeah, I'm probably gonna search it up. I have no idea. Let me just make like one quick check again. See whether I actually I can't even speak. See if I actually missed anything in here. Nope. Not in here. Not in these. Not in this one. I didn't miss any. I don't think I've missed. Yeah, I don't think I've missed any. Okay, hold on. Let me see what to do with this fucking thing. I have no idea. I just have no idea. I'm gonna search it up. Hold on. One gear will be... Oh my god. Huh. So there's one gear that's on someone's hand. One gear on the floor. Are you serious? One gear on the floor? Really? That means I gotta be looking down on the floor now. What? Is it really? Because I don't remember if I actually come across a guy. Hold on. Take the wrench, collect 3 special gears. You're able to find many. Okay, one gear's on someone's hand, another gear's on the floor. What? I found one of them on the fucking whatever it was then. On the floor? What? This game is just making me lost now. Like okay, like I'm gonna be very legit. This game is making me very lost. And I don't know if I'm looking at the same thing. Yeah, am I looking at the same thing? What the fuck is this gear? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm stuck. I don't know what's happening. I legitimately do not know what's happening right now. Either this game is a buggy mess, or I'm just bad. And I don't know what the fuck is happening. Can't find this fucking gear as well, so... Could very well be that I'm just very bad. It's not even in here as well. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look it up. I'm still gonna look it up because there's nothing I can do about it. Like literally nothing I can do about it. Is this? This is not where I'm at. Hold on. This one. Found 3 just here. How the boxes am I missing? Are you kidding me? Okay. Was there a butcher guy that I killed like a while back? Now, yeah, that's the question right now. Was there a butcher guy that I killed a while back? I'm trying to figure out where's that butcher guy now. I killed some guy. Well, I'm gonna say is I don't remember where it is. Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's here. Let's go downstairs then. Yeah, I was 25. I'm stuck. I'm already stuck. I don't know what the fuck to do, that's why. Hope you're doing well. Like, I really just don't know what the fuck to do. I'm supposed to find 3. No, it was tied, and then someone decided to put their vote on Bendy. Yeah, it was tied, and then someone decided, hey, I'm just gonna take both of my votes away. It's 5 each? Wow. The fuck? So it was 4. It was 4 on Last of Us, whatever the other game is, and Bendy. And then someone decided to take away their Last of Us and the other vote. I don't remember what it was. Let me check. It was Last of Us and World of Horror. So someone took Last of Us and World of Horror votes away and then replaced it with Bendy. So Bendy won. You just added, which doesn't count. And I don't think it will count. At all. One day, that's for sure. But right now I'm just finding this fucking gear thing. Because I have to find this gear. In fact, The Last of Us, rip. Rip The Last of Us, man. I don't want to work here anymore. Yeah, true, I don't even want to fucking work here or play this game anymore. It's already feeling like a bore for some fucking reason, also. Don't want you to be following me. It already feels like a fucking bore. Like, I've been going around this area like 2-3 times already, and I can't even find the last gear. Because supposedly I killed one guy who drops a gear. That's why I'm retracing my footsteps, trying to find this one guy that I actually killed. Is there any semblance? Basically you're in this facility because, you wanted to come back and that's about it. Like, you just wanted to come back and, do stuff, I guess. And then you got trapped. And then that's the story. I can't tell you anything else other than you're trapped. That's about it. Color so bleaking. That's how the color is like for this game. I can't do anything about it. That's literally the color of the game. I might have to restart this chapter again. Yeah, I might have to restart this chapter again because I can't find this last gear. Like, I looked through all of the fucking... I looked through all of the people. Or I looked through all of the floors now. I just don't know if I remember where I killed that one guy who had a gear. And I never came across this one guy with a gear. So... oh my god. Where is he coming from? Is it here? No. One locations. No, because the locations are kind of like non-existent. Like, it's legitimately non-existent. Yeah. The locations of this is actually just very non-existent because, like, I've already found 2. I need to find this one more gear. And that last gear is the guy that I actually killed like a while back. I just don't remember where did I kill him. I found where the 3 are on the wiki. Yeah, that's a fucking bunch of lies, honestly. I even searched it up. I searched it up and I was like, oh, okay. So one is on the box, one is dropped, one's on the floor, and then one's on the guy that you fucking, I don't know. One's on the guy that you actually kill. And I got 2 already, which, like, both of them were in boxes. So one of them wasn't even on the floor in the first place. Maybe it's on the floor, but I don't know where is it on the floor. Because they specifically said on the floor. And I don't know what they mean by on the floor, you know? Maybe if they specify where it is on the floor, then yeah, sure. But they don't specify, like, where it is on the floor. They just say on the floor. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be shitting like this. But they just said on the floor. I gotta fucking restart the whole chapter again and see whether or not I'm, like, fucking lost or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna restart the whole chapter again. Man, this game could have been taking, like, fucking, like, a few hours, you know? But no, chapter 3 has to fucking shit itself. Chapter 3 had to shit the bed, you know? Can't really do anything other than, like, restart the whole chapter again.
I'm not getting out of here that easy. He opened the door, but the lever's missing. Boris probably has it. Hey, buddy, you seen that lever handle around? Or are you holding it hostage until I make you something to eat? I thought so. Let's see what we got. That should be enough.
Now I have to just do this whole fucking game again. So yeah, you're in this facility because you're... I feel like this guy's like the creator. That's why he wanted to go back and see what the fuck is all about. And then, yeah, this is how the creation is like, you know? I have to restart this whole fucking game again.
What's out there. Don't wander off. Looks like it's really dark up ahead. Let's find some light.
Also, Gooby's in here. Yeah, just Gooby's in here.
So you don't get lost. Hear that?
Where's Gooby? Where the fuck is Gooby? There we go. Gooey's fucking slow, that's why. There you go. Because I don't think I could actually leave without him. If I could leave without him, then yeah, that's cool. But like, I can't because, you know, there's a fucking place where I need to fucking go to, and Gooby needs to actually go into a vent. I could have used the fucking... Oh, he's sus. He vented. He's sus. You know? But, like, no. Can't happen like that. Because he has to go in here.
Another dead end. I don't see any other way through. You got any ideas, Boris?
Other than that, there's like a booba lady that's gonna come out like soonish because I restarted the game or restarted this chapter. I don't know if I could finish this game, honestly. I feel like I wanna... Yeah, I feel like it's one of those games that, yeah, I can finish, but also at the same time, like, I fucking, like, I don't know whether...
I don't remember any of this.
I don't know whether, like, I want to finish this.
Another day, another dollar. Why is there always something blocking the door? Gotta be a way through.
Okay. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Okay. Here comes a hot lady, I guess. Because you have to fucking wait it out here. Yeah, you just have to wait it out. So, that's about it for this game, I guess. But, you know. Today's the 19th, right? Yeah, I need to take note that today's the 19th. You see, she's hot. She's fucking hot. Nice. Hoggers. She's fucking hot. But you know this game is not hot. This game is shit. Pile of shit. I thought this game was gonna be good, but then afterwards they just like, hey yo, I don't know, it just don't feel right all of a sudden. So I guess it is what it is, but also at the same time it's just a hot piece of shit. I went to Demon. Wow. I didn't mean to go to Demon, but sure.
Boris.
Hello.
Oh, you scared me to death.
Hello, Boris.
Don't suppose
Boris
you've got anything we
Johnson.
can use to protect ourselves
Give me that. Give me that. Give me that.
Will do.
Okay. So I do have to kill this guy again.
Looks like to open this, we need to throw 2 levers at once. You get this one. I'll find the other.
Where is he? What's the hot chick you're talking about? Like, she's gonna come again. How are you doing, Raptor Maid? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, she's gonna come again. She had like a weird fucking mouth that looks like Two-Face. Is that the character Two-Face? Like that one character from DC. That Two-Face? I guess it's Two-Face.
You're so interested
How are you doing, Reptimate? Hope you're doing well.
I have to say, I'm an instant fan. Looks like you've got a date with an angel. Come to me now. Level 9. Just follow the screams.
Visit Alice Angel at level 9. Yeah. Doing well, and you? I'm doing like a pile of shit. Cause I've been on here for about like an hour already, like on this chapter, and I don't know what the fuck to do on this chapter. Ran to get breakfast, you find what you need. No, I had to restart the chapter all over again because probably I just missed out on something.
There's a
Always on
whole
time.
twisted world out here.
I legitimately think that I'm missing out something on here. That's why I'm just gonna restart this chapter all over again.
Look around. It took so many of them to make me so beautiful. Anything less than perfect was left behind.
Okay, lady.
I had to do it.
Now the lady is gonna be here, as you can tell. See, lady. There, lady.
Now we come to the question. Do I kill you? Do I tear you apart to my heart's delight? The choices of the beautiful are unbearable. How's a girl to choose? Take this little freak, for instance. He crawled in here, trailing his tainted ink to my door. It could have touched me. It could have pulled me back. Do you know what it's like living in the dark puddles? It's a buzzing, screaming well of voices. Bits of your mind swimming like fish in a bowl. The first time I was born from its inky womb, I was a wiggling, pussing, shapeless slug. The second time, well,
Booba,
it made
booba.
me an angel.
It's already long enough because I've been trying to find the fucking gears to no avail. I found 2 of them, can't find the third one. I reset the chapter. I don't know whether I'm gonna go back to it.
Leave this place. If you will do a few eensy, weensy little favors for me first. Return to the lift, my little errand boy. We have work to do.
So I have to go back to the lift, yeah. But now the thing is that, like, where is the thing that I need? That's the question right now. Where is the thing that I need? Okay. Let's do this all over again. Let's see what I need.
My machines are hungry.
Okay.
Gather me some spare parts.
Okay. I'm gonna take the wrench. 6 gearboxes on level K. Yep, I know about that.
There are so few rules to our world now. So little truth. But there is one rule we all know and respect.
We're gonna go to K. Because that's the fucking part that I need to get. Alright.
Stay out in the open for too long.
If
and
I
you'll
can't
find
find another gear
see him.
in the next god knows how many fucking minutes,
If you don't, well, I enjoy it.
I'm just gonna be very pissed.
us begin our work. Have you met him? The Ink Demon. They say he hears everything. Every creak of the floor. Every rustle.
Oh, hello. Yeah, you're supposed to fucking appear. How did you not appear the first time? Bro, how did you not appear the first time?
This one's empty.
What?
Nothing in here.
I swear to God, that thing wasn't even there the first time.
Ah, that should be plenty. Return them to me. And try not to die on the way back.
I don't know if the thing was there in the first place, but yeah, sure. I just had to do one fucking chapter reset. And I had to do the whole chapter all over again just to get this gear. Okay, cool. Yeah. Huh. This elevator was actually buggy as well. Which is kind of weird. Wait, was I supposed to go to P? I think I'm supposed to go to 14. I don't know if it's P. Yeah, I'm supposed to go to 14 then. It's a 9. Let's see if it's 9. Hey Red. Where's Batim chat? What the fuck does that mean? I hope you're doing well.
Better get overtime for this.
Oh! Oh, Bendy and the ink machine. Whoa. Oh, whatever it is, yeah. It was the shitty one because here's the thing. The reason why it's shit to me right now is because, one, I had to do this chapter all over again. Two, something that like was there never appeared, and I was like trying to look for a gear, and I never found the gear for like 30 fucking minutes, and I had to reset the thing again.
I have something that you'll need.
Take the ink syringe. Extra thick. Level 11. Huh. This is the buggiest chapter? I guess. I just can't be arsed, honestly. I can't be arsed, man, because like I did everything all correctly, and then afterwards it's like, yup, they don't give me the whatever thing it is, so I have to reset. And this is already a pain in the ass. It is a full release. This game was released like a long time ago. Whoa. Okay. Is that it? What the fuck is happening? Hey guns. What the fuck is happening? Nothing's happening? True. Just chill. True. Collect 3. Okay. They get it from the swollen then. It's not them. I want to quit my job. It bores me. Why? What did your job do? This is 11. This is 11, right?
Crawl. But the task is done. Bring me back my equipment.
Actually, how slow is the walking speed for this? It's quite slow. What the fuck? Maybe some. Yes. I was about to say, if someone speed runs fucking oh my god. Yep, it's fucking bugged again. Nice. I don't even know anymore. It's so fucking bugged. Okay.
Once upon a time, there was an angel.
I forgot how Bendy's only mechanic and puzzle are just fetch quests. They are fetch quests, I guess.
She was perfect. No matter what Joey says.
Hold on. Is that Gooby? Yeah, it's a fucking bootleg Gooby that's called Boris.
I'll make this simple. Look for valve panels. Turn the little wheels. Then bring me their power cores.
Yeah, this is called
Please
Boris.
don't make me regret sparing you.
Boris Johnson, that's for sure. Copium. Solve the ink tubes on P. What a game, man. What a fucking game. I mean, it is what it is, but the problem with this game is just that, like, it feels like quite buggy. It just feels quite buggy at the moment. What the fuck? Okay. Are you kidding me? And this thing happens. Cool. Cool. Like, it can't get any worse. It can't get any fucking worse. Like, cool, this game is cool. Game get crashed? Cool, yeah. I don't even know if the thing is on the floor as well. If the thing's not on the floor, then I'm kind of fucked, right? Okay, the thing is still on the floor, which is good. Most unstable. Jesus. Hold on. Give me a sec while I do this real quick. Hold on. Okay. I guess I can heal up. There we go. What am I supposed to do? What? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Okay, I reached out all the way to the top. Hey, Lost in the Rain. How are you? I'm shit. This game is shit. I regret playing this game. I thought this game is gonna be good. It's not even that good at all. Hold on. I need to check on this thing real quick. Yeah, it's fucking shit. I can't be arsed, honestly. Yeah, I can't be fucking arsed, man. It's... No. Not even fun. Yeah, it's not even fun. What the shit is this game? This is Bendy. People voted for this because there was a tie. And then all of a sudden, it was untied by someone who decided, hey, I'm gonna take my Last of Us and World of Horror votes away and let me play Ink and whatever Bendy it is. What was it tied with? It was tied with Last of Us, World of Horror. Yeah, Last of Us and World of Horror. And then someone decided, yeah, you know what happened? Someone decided, hey, I'm gonna take both of my fucking... So, it was... I don't even know who did it. It was between this, and this. And then someone decided, hey, I'm gonna take both of my fucking Last of Us and World of Horror votes away and put it to Bendy. And I was like, yeah, okay, Bendy won. Because it was a three-way tie. Like, it was 4-4-4, three-way tie. And then, yeah, someone decided, hey, play Bendy. I was like, okay. Kendall won. Kendall didn't even win anything. It was on 3. It was on 3 votes. What are you talking about? "18 best horror games of 2017. This is fucking shit. I honestly would think that is fucking shit. I don't know how shit it is. It's just fucking shit. Gotta see what else is on the list. A lot of them is on the list. Okay. I think there's a lot more games that is on the list, but then I haven't even fucking gotten it yet. Is there a list? Like, you joined the Discord server, duh. Oh, that kind of shit. Okay, that list. I thought you meant like the list of games that I'm playing. That's what I thought that's what you meant. Hold on. Oh, hello.
Quite the efficient little errand boy, aren't you?
Put the course in the Dropbox on level 9. Okay. Honestly, this game would have been a good speedrun if like it didn't fucking bug out like that, you know? It just bugs out like super hard. And I don't like it.
Time people knew my name. It's Alice Angel, they'd say. Feels like so long ago. But those days can come back. Dreams come true, Susie.
Tracing's fun. Haven't tried it. Outlast 2 scared me. I finished Outlast 2 a long time ago. It was alright until the end. The end of the game is just fucking whatever it is. I don't know if you want me to spoil the game for Outlast 2, but basically Outlast 2 was just It was good until the end. I didn't like the ending of it, but it was good until the end. Prey, I played it. It was all right.
Shall we? I've got just the tool to make this even more enjoyable.
Coming in, I think a lot of horror games came out in 2017. A lot of horror games actually came out in 2017. Yeah. Destroyer, Bendy cutouts, and K and Heavenly what? What? K and Heavenly Toys. Oh my god. K and Heavenly Toys, I guess. This is pretty ridiculous. Yeah, it is what it is, honestly. Where are all the cutouts in this fucking place? I'll start with here first, I guess. Yeah, IGN is a fucking shitty ass place to even like fucking look at. Like their reviews are just fucking copium. Which one is the one that actually said that they can't really go through the tutorial of Cuphead? Which one is that? Like which? Is it GameSpot or actually IGN? Because I don't remember what that one is. I think it's lower. I think it's like a 4, like a 5 or a 4. Like it legitimately just seems to be like a 4 or a 5. Because I really can't. Hold on. I really just can't take fucking Scorn at all. Best horror game is Call of Duty. I mean, Call of Duty Zombies is good. Like that game for sure, it has some scares for sure, but like it just fucking sucks ass. COD is scary as fuck. What? Did I not say COD is not scary? I just said COD is like a good game that has horror games and stuff. I mean horror feelings. I heard it's cold right now. Like what? It's 50 something degrees. I had to go through this fucking part. Oof. Oh, that kind of sucks. I had to go through this part. $30 when I woke up, like Celsius or just whatever it is. Wait, no, it's Fahrenheit. Whoops. You guys don't use fucking Celsius. Whoops. Where is he? Like one? It was 1 degree when you woke up? What? What the fuck was that 1 degree? Freezing is 0, yeah. How is it 1 fucking degree for you? 33 is 0.5 C. Is 34? No, 34 is not. 32, yeah, 32 is freezing, that's for sure. I don't know.
FBI, open up!
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Can I zoom into this? There. When I get this game, alright? I ordered the game, alright? I do have the Xbox version, but I also do have that. So, when I get this game, I'll start running Alone in the Dark 2008. Anyways, thanks for the raid, Ek. Much appreciated. I wanna ask something. Question. Also, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. If you guys do not know, my name is Juhors. I'm the spoiler guy who spoiled Alone in the Dark: A New Nightmare for Egg Dices, and I don't feel bad. Smile. Nah. Anyways. What was I about to say? So, question. Did you have to go through, like, oh my god. Did you have to go through the whole open world part? You only need 40? Wait, you only need 40? Oh my fucking god. Yeah, the Xbox version sucks. I had to go through 70, and then they wanted me to go through another 30 more, so that once I get 100, it will open up completely. But I gone through 70 because I watched the speed run of it, and you can complete it by 70, and then just throw a fucking Molotov into like the roots, and then it will just disintegrate, whatever it is. But on the Xbox version, you have to go through 100. And I didn't want to go through 100. So you only have to go through 40 and that's about it. Like 40 out of 40. You don't have to go through 100. Or even worse, or even 70. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I guess that's what it is then. Also, my name is Jors. I run a lot of speedruns. Jokes aside, I do a lot of speedruns. Oh my fucking god. I do a lot of speedruns. I'm not speedrunning for the month of October because I'll be doing a lot of the first playthroughs of a lot of games. And probably today is probably gonna be a long one. I'm not too sure because I'm not gonna be playing this only. I'm gonna be playing another game, and then we'll see about in the next, I would say in the next 18 hours or so. No, not 18 hours, sorry. 18 hours? What the fuck am I talking about? When is the fucking thing? 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8 hours. We'll see in the next 8 hours because I'll be streaming for that long. Which is also the time that fucking whatever that thing's called. The Silent Hill release reveal thing is gonna come out. So yeah. Bad roll. It's all the orange foxes. But yeah, I had to go through 70 and then Molotov. I didn't want to go through 40 and Molotov because I don't think at the time when I did 40 it was gonna help with the Molotov. So I had to go through 70 and then Molotov it. Like I knew what to do, it's just at the time I had to go through fucking 70. I blame the Xbox version of the game as well. Hold on. Heavenly Toys. Is Heavenly Toys like right around here? Like I'm pretty sure Heavenly Toys is right around here anyways. Also, if you're wondering like how I think about this game or how I feel about this game is shit. This game is utter shit. I don't like it. I wish this game would be better, but it's utter shit. Like, one of the reasons why is because this game bugs out a lot. That's it. This game fucking bugs out a lot. I don't like it. It made me go through like a fucking 30-minute rundown. You know what? Whatever. It made me go through like a 30-minute rundown just to find another gear. And like, I couldn't even find the other gear until I... Where am I again? Okay, here. I couldn't even find the other gear until I had to reset the whole fucking chapter again. And I had to do the whole chapter at once, like, again. It's fucking shit. Who's the dev, by the way? What's the dev? I actually want to know. What's the dev? Joey Drew. Where's the fucking... His other game is a top-down fucking game. The Meaty? I didn't even see that one. I only saw this one and the other one, which is... This one and the other one is the Boris and the fucking whatever it is. Boris and the Dark Survival, which is like a fucking... It looks like fucking Silent Hill Book of Memories. It just looks like Silent Hill Book of Memes. You did bad stuff? Oh yeah, fucking Penji was the one who said this. He was like, isn't there a weird unfinished indie game that got a cult following of minors? I'm like, what? I legitimately just went, what? Because I didn't know anything about, like, this in particular. I just know that it was a game that I played in 2017 and then I just never fucking touch it. I played this game back in 2017 because it was the first, like, it was only like the first chapter and that's about it. Yeah, they mentioned about minors or something. I don't know. They fired most of them down episode 4 release. I see that much. Yeah, after that, I don't know. I don't really know how to feel about this game. No, minors as in like fucking under 18 people for some reason. I don't know why. Kappa. So there was like fucking, I don't know, some things that happened.
Now that was fun. Oh, I forgot to mention, he hates it when I do that. I would hide if I were you.
Well, he already got me the first time. Everything fell off when they started selling merch. No wonder I was trying to check out the website and the IP is gone. I was like, wait a minute, I want to check the IP for a bit because they have a store, and then all of a sudden it's gone. Like, I was legitimately checking out what the fucking store is. Boom, it's gone. This is boom, gone. I don't want to hide because she's speaking so sexy. Yeah, I guess. Well, I know they didn't renew the domain. That's why he said like everything fell off, and I can understand why everything fell off in the first place because you know the fucking the IP was gone. They didn't fucking renew the IP. That's about that. You know. If they didn't renew the IP, yeah, it is what it is. What the fuck is going on with you, Gooby? Fucking Gooby. To my knowledge, most of the popular YouTubers follow tons of him, hype the heck out of the game. I guess so. How you doing, Nick the Ghost?
Wretches have wandered my halls, have gone unchecked, trying to drag me back to the darkness. Doesn't the taste already
Actually, what's the speed run? This like, what's the any percent speed run? Kill the Butcher Gang. Where is the Butcher Gang? Wait, is there any drinks I can get? Or am I just gonna wait it out until my health is alright? I guess so. You are the one. Can you wait for my health until it's clear? Thank you. Be on stream. Yeah, it looks fucking boring because okay. This chapter is just a fetch quest and that's about it. It's just a fetch quest.
Don't you? Oh, I hate leaving work unfinished. Fortunately, I have you to pick up the
Maybe I'll pick it up as a speed run, but we'll see. I don't even know. I don't even know how the speed run is like. I want to know. I kind of do want to know like what.
Take the lift down. Say hello to an old friend. Sending you a little.
I kind of know. I kind of want to know like what the fucking world record of this game's speed run is like. Cause I know they probably cut it up into like fucking 5 episodes, but then afterwards at the same time, Tommy gun. What the fuck? That's a gun now? Oh, you fucking idiot.
It's a little hard to get a hold of. Oh well. Better luck next time.
Poppy. No, Poppy's playtime is because they have fucking.
Punching in.
Poppy's playtime is because they have fucking NFTs. Oh, did you guys know about the new Saw game? Yo, there's an actual. They actually announced a new Saw game where it's all about NFTs. You buy an NFT to play a game. How the fuck do you buy an NFT just to play a fucking... I just don't understand. I just don't understand. The new fucking Saw game, you have to buy a fucking NFT to play it. I don't understand. How the fuck do I know that? Hold on, let me find the fucking website again. It was on the Saw thing. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. It's this thing. It's this thing right here. It's this fucking thing right here. This is a new Saw game. But the Saw game is just you fucking buying NFTs. Yeah, you just buy NFTs. What? Purchase official Saw Game Pass to access competition. And then yeah, you get the NFT. You play and then you get whatever it is. I don't remember what the prize is. There was like prizes for this thing. Let me see if let me see the prize. Hold on. Is it what internet game? Whatever it is called. I don't even know. This one. It's internet.game. You win fucking prizes. Hold on. There. You win prizes. Visit the set of the next Saw film because you know the Saw film is gonna come out. That's for sure. You got a fucking NFT. You can get an NFT as a fucking prize. Have a name appear on the next Saw film. Visit Saw the Experience in London. Doodles NFT, $1,000 prepaid Visa card. Got another NFT. You got a Nintendo Switch. You got jigs, like fucking Tobin Bell, fucking whatever it is, and a Saw Steelbook. So yeah, you have to buy an NFT to play the game. I don't understand. I don't want to fucking buy an NFT to play the fucking game. Yeah, they made it. They're making another Saw movie, which is Spiral 2. And not a lot of people do know about it because it was told to me a while ago. It was told to me a while ago that they're making another fucking Saw movie, which is called Spiral 2. I'm not gonna buy the NFT. Because one, I don't know how to buy an NFT, and two, I think NFTs are just shit in general.
No, I'm not looking for trouble. It's just the nature of us projectionists to seek out.
Sounds like a scam.
See, I've got the ins and outs.
Funny enough, it's not even a fucking scam. It is what it is. I guess no wonder fucking Lionsgate and Saw wanted to get into the fucking thing of it. Can't wait for the new Saw film to review. Jigsaw is a 10,000 other accomplices. Yeah, fucking accomplices, honestly. Is that the light guy? Is that even the light guy? I kind of know that the light guy is around here. Yeah, whatever. I'll show you an NFT. Yo, RS25, do you actually buy NFTs, by the way? I'm back here all over again. My friends are into NFTs as well. They have a fucking company which is also about NFTs. Sounds squishy. Sounds pretty squishy, alright. How are you doing, Rachel? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so yeah, Saw's gonna make a new fucking movie. Saw's gonna make a new game as well, which is fucking about NFTs! Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey, friends indeed. But yeah, they're gonna make a fucking new Saw game about fucking NFTs. Cool. I already don't like the idea of it. Like, guys, the only good part of this chapter, I can tell. How many do I need? 5. Okay, he's coming towards me. Cool. If I go into the fucking locker right now, is he gonna see me? He doesn't see me. Nice, nice. This is like this is like the other time when I actually fucking, you know. Cool. Probably he just leaves NFTs. Could be a thing. There we go. Thank God it was at the entrance of this thing.
Bring them to me. Now. I don't like to wait.
Wait a minute. What the fuck is this area? Whatever. I was about to say, like, RS75, do you want to buy another NFT so you could help me, like, know what this game is all about? Because I don't want to fucking... I really, really don't want to fucking buy an NFT just to see what this game is all about, you know? I could ask one of my friends to do that. You're broke. Broke king. Ah! Dude, I feel bad for someone because there was... One of my friends said that when you can't get tickets to the new Blink 182 concert, and then the gif is I would not go in all the small things. It's like when you can't get a would you buy an NFT? No, I can just like fucking you know, right click paste, right click save or some shit, you know.
Return to the left. It's time to go home.
Return to the surface. Oh my god. There's always Rule 34. If I can, yeah, there's Rule 34, yeah, but also at the same time, it is what it is.
I like to dream that it's quite beautiful. A soft valley of green.
How about sculptors? Do you ever think about that? Sculptors are the other things as well. Sculptors are another thing.
My little errand boy. The heavens are waiting.
International. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? I went out the map! Oh my god, what am I supposed to do now? Please let me just go through this next chapter. Is this supposed to be a cutscene? Hey, perp. Is this supposed to be a cutscene? Cool. That's an ass cutscene because I went out of fucking, like, I went back into the map. Wow. You're supposed to be falling down the elevator. Well, cool. I just sold all my NFTs.
Joey. I'm here. Let's see if we can find what you wanted me to see.
Wow. NFTs. Nice fucking titties. Hey, Benji. Benji, what do you say about this game, by the way? You said this game has Cult of Miners. Grant Cohen. What in the fuck? That's how it feels like. That's how good pussy feels like.
Definitely something missing here.
Give me that shit. I take it? I took it. But yeah, Saw's gonna make another new game, but like the new game is gonna be a fucking NFT. And if it's a fucking, like, you have to buy an NFT kind of shit, it's gonna be fucking horrendous as fuck, you know? I don't want to fucking buy an NFT just to play another Saw game, and then, you know? I probably would ask my friends to actually see what it is all about, but at the same time, I just don't want to fucking, you know...
They told me
I don't think I had the confidence to actually buy a fucking NFT for myself.
perfect.
Because 1, I don't have money. 2, I don't have money. 3, I don't have money.
Saying things behind closed doors. I can always tell. Now he wants to meet again tomorrow. Says he has an opportunity.
So
for
that's
me.
how it works.
I'll hear him out. But if
Not
that
enough, booba.
smooth talker thinks he can double cross an angel and get away with it, well, oh, he's got another thing coming. Alice, you shit on her.
5, okay. Wait, would you even consider anything? Did I mention? Did I already mention? Look, did I already mention? Wow. Visit the next set of the Saw film. Have your name appear in the Saw film. $1,000 prepaid Visa card. Nintendo Switch. A physical tape recorder with personalized recording message from Jigsaw. I want these prizes, but they're really fucking shit. Hey, Adocat. The prizes are shit. I mean, the prizes are good, but the way on how you get the prizes are shit. Yeah.
I can get across here if I can find
Like,
a way to fix this.
like honestly, good prizes. Shitty way of fucking entering a fucking Saw game. That's it. Did it tank? I don't even know if it tanked a lot, but you know, it is what it is if it tanked. Goop. Wait, what am I supposed to do? There we go. I need a gear. Shit. Like, this game is shit. Like, I honestly think that this game is fucking shit. Like, I don't really like this game. Because of chapter 3, and it made me feel like fucking shit that I had to go through a fucking game all over again. I had to go through a fucking part all over again, that's what I meant. It shows shit. Consider speedrunning it. True. It could happen. It could fucking happen. You know. I just want to know like what the time, what the any percent time of this game is, and I haven't even searched it up yet because, you know, I'm fucking copium. Yeah, I should actually search it up, honestly. Joy seems weird. I mean, it's all for the, you know, it's all for what it is. Hey, Phoenix Wolf. It is all for what it is. Alright? It's all for what it is. Why is it giving me a cup? I don't understand. Like a cup of what? A cup of Joe Obama. That's what it is. That. Yes. Because I haven't been speedrunning a lot of games lately. I've been like, how you say? I've been like lacking on the speedruns lately. Unless you're doing it as a fun goal and don't actually mind doing it. Yep. I said I consider doing this game as a speedrun, but I don't think I would really want to fucking run this game in the first place. I don't think I would be running this game in the first place. What do I do with this gear? Oh, there you go. Make my fucking gear. Let's do a speedrun of life instead, dude. I wanna be my bro at Dices and not spoil games again. Yo, I promise not to spoil anything anymore, Copium. I didn't know he was told about the open world part until I said, oh yo, this part is so fucking shit. And then I didn't realize that he already knew about the open world part. Just that, you know, it is what it is. Hold on, let me get something here. What is this right now? What is happening? What? Wait. Hold on. Where am I supposed to go? Oh. 1 hour and 28. This game is 1 hour. Okay, no. Yep. I think this game is shit now. Nope. I actually don't want to speedrun this game anymore. I don't consider speedrunning this game anymore. If it's that fucking high as a speedrun time, I don't think so, because you know this game could like potentially have like some kind of stupid ass skip, right? But then like no, there's no skip. There's just like no other out of bounds skip. Then yeah, no, fuck that shit.
What is it that keeps
I was gonna be like, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking run the. What's the max time you would go for? Max time I would go for is like less than an hour, but like if there's like other games that I really do like, then it's like yeah, more than an hour is like all right.
for a little friendly wolf? Better hurry, errand boy. Boris is having trouble.
Is it really RNG heavy? I don't even know if it's RNG heavy, honestly.
It always finds me. Oh no. I just want to go home.
Am I here for the blacked party? I guess I'm here for the blacked party. I don't even know if item placement's RNG, honestly. I just had to reset the game because one of the places in the game was bugged for me. Yeah, one of the places in this game was bugged for me. I really want to go eat something, because, you know. I haven't eaten something yet. I'm probably gonna eat something. Like right about now. I'm not gonna be showing what I'm eating. I'm just gonna be eating something, at least. Storage 9. Dreams come true. You want my salad? Does it have dressing? Because if it does have a dressing, I'm not gonna eat that salad. Because I don't like dressing on my salad. Funny enough, I just don't like having dressing on my salad. I like it plain. It's fucking inedible. Well, too bad.
For 40 years, I've built attractions that stagger the imagination. Colossal wonders, such as the world has never seen.
Weird ass Juro. I mean,
I have earned my legacy.
you ever eat salad and think to yourself, like, why is the sauce so fucking sour, or why is the dressing so fucking weird? That's just me.
Tycoons. The ever-tactless Joey Drew introduces me, the great Bertram Piedmont, as Bertie. receive. But before you go taking any bows, Mr. Drew,
How's peanut butter good dressing? See, at least someone eats. See, at least someone eats salad without a dressing. But sometimes salad without dressing is actually better.
Back to the old grind.
Yeah.
Tell me, are you having fun? I'm sure Boris doesn't mind waiting for his rescue party.
This haunted house seems like the way to go, but it's gonna need some power.
Pull
Hang
with
in
and
there,
without.
Boris. I'm coming.
Salmonella dressing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Cheese, tomato, eggs make the flavor. Yep, I like that one. That one's good. That's super good. Like it. That's why I said like I don't like salad. I mean, I don't like salad. I don't like dressing in my salad. I think like dressing in my salad would actually make the taste like. Okay. Mmm. Mmm. I shouldn't talk in my mouth full. It makes the salad okay-ish, but like I just don't like the taste of it. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, I don't have my bullets left.
These guys down at the warehouse get to play games all day while I'm stuck cleaning up after them.
What's that moan? What did I do? Moan? Your mom moan. And
If these guys don't start realizing who the real genius is, I'm out of here.
oh man. Do I really have to finish this? Ah! Forgotten most of the shit in the game. Well, I want to forget about this game. Oh my god, that's an achievement and that's about it. Oh, whatever. So these are all just achievements and that's about it, huh? I guess. It just seems like a fucking achievements. Okay. I had to follow the wire. Okay, there's these wires. I can't power this up at all. Maybe I have to go back up again. But yeah, like, honestly, this game, I'm gonna give my honest review about this game. This game is like shit. Like, okay, the first few chapters are kind of alright because like I could finish them like quite quickly. And then afterwards it's just, it feels like shit because like, it's just a fucking, like, back and forth kind of thing. Like, It is a fetch quest, yes. Out of 10, I probably rate this like a 2 or 3. Like it's super fucking low. I fucking hate this. It's like a 2 or 3. There are a few things that was good, like, you know, I like Disney kind of graphics. Nothing can take me away from like Disney graphics. But the gameplay is just fucking ass in general. No, this is not new. This is actually a game came out in 2019? 2018? 2019? It came out like very long time ago. Is it 2017? I know the demo was released a long time ago. I don't even know about what it is now though. What am I supposed to do? Oh. Oh, okay then. Yeah, 2017 then. Yeah, but like I fucking, you know, this game's like one of those games that like it could have potential, but then it just, the potential just goes away. Like right now. Like right fucking now. Like the potential is already gone. Because I don't know what to do in this fucking warehouse.
I better get overtime for this.
Like, huh? What am I supposed to do? I don't get it. Am I supposed to hit a switch or something? Oh, did the game just bug out again? More NFTs? Why the fuck do you buy more NFTs? So I don't have much health. Nah, it's alright. I don't mind it. I'm just, you know, frustrated at this game because the first time around, I spent 30 minutes trying to find what the fuck was going on, and then I searched it up, and then all of a sudden it was not there because it was bugged for me. Like I had to reset the whole chapter. I legitimately had to reset the whole chapter for this game because I couldn't find that one fucking gear that was not appearing to me for like 30 minutes. Just a warehouse. This is a warehouse, why, right? I'm like in a warehouse. NFTs. But Phoenix, your NFT is nice fucking titties, alright? So we don't consider that an ew. We consider that a pog. If I do need to reset this fucking thing all over again. Wait, Red. If you're still here, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, Red, if you're still here, what am I supposed to do? Because if I can't activate anything in this fucking bitch-ass storage room thing, right? I have to reset the whole chapter all over again. And it's like the second time I had to reset the chapter again. It's like there's this one game that I never finished because I had to reset the chapter again. Okay, hold on. Could you just take the gun? Nope. Can't take the gun at all. There. Yeah, I can't even take the gun. I wish I can take the gun. I have a good look. Mm-hmm. Wait, what is this fucking chapter? Okay, let me see a walkthrough for this. Like, legit. Okay, hold on. Do I really have to play the game? I guess I have to play the game. Because I have nothing better to do than to actually just, you know. Huh. Okay. Bro. What? Huh. Yeah. But that's what I had to do, is just play the fucking game. Cool. Really? Was that it? Was that what I had to do? Hold on. Is that what I really had to do? Hold on. Maintenance storage. Oh, traction storage. This is traction storage. Or, oh, there you go. Yeah. It actually opened. Holy shit. Hey, Angry Nick. Oh my god. It was actually that. Stupid ass shit. I can't believe this. I can't fucking believe this. You're supposed to play all the games. I was like, leaving it out. I was like, yeah, probably I'll just leave out the game. Because it was like, it's likely not a good time for me to play games as well. It's like, oh, you're supposed to play the game.
Company up ahead. Without some kind of weapon, I don't stand a chance. There's gotta be a way around them.
Gotta be a way around them. Oh yeah, forgot. Give me them fucking.
Hey,
Oh. Sorry, my grandma came in and asked me like if I have anything for her to eat, and then she took my food. Ha! She took my food. I was like, yeah, just take my food. I don't mind it. Anyways, I really just have to throw cans at them. I guess I'm supposed to throw cans at them. How are you doing, Angry Nick? Hope you're doing well. Get busy with the kids. That's good. Hello. Who's crying? Oi, 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 oi.
It's too.
No time to mock you. No, man, it's alright. Don't you can mock me right now because this game is shit. This game's utter shit. What? Is the door closed? Oh my god, the door's closed. Oof. The walking speed for this game is also shit as well, like you can tell.
Biggest park ever built. A centerfold of attractions. Each one more grand than the one before it. It makes my eyes come to tears at the thought. But then, oh, Mr. Drew, for all your talk of dreams, you are the true architect behind so many nightmares. I built this park. It was to be a masterpiece. My masterpiece. And now you think you can just throw me out? Trample me to the dust and forget me? No!
Are you
This is
kidding
my
me?
park, my glory. You may think I'm wrong, but I'm still here.
What the fuck? You alright, dude? What do I do? Always reminds me of the machine for picks. Let's see. I mean, it's the game is all like the gameplay is. I mean, sorry, the graphics is all right. I like. I like these kind of like games, I guess. But the problem with the gameplay is that it's just fucking shit overall. Yeah, it's just fucking shit overall. It's a fucking fetch quest. Like, this game is just a fetch quest and that's about it. I can't say anything much other than it being a fetch quest. Whatever. Whoa. That one needs 1. That one needs 2. Is that RNG hell? Yep. Why is he a carousel? He's a fucking guy who wanted to like restore fucking Bendy, and then yeah, this guy's like, you see the face. He wanted to restore Bendy, fucked it up. Look how much he fucked it up. Bro! Bro! I'm stuck, you fucking idiot! Oh my god, bro! No, it was explained. It's just, you know, we didn't really care about it that much. Just why the fuck do we care about this kind of shit, you know? Oh my god, please. Are you serious? I can't even get that thing. Oh. He's looking at us funny. He's looking at us funny. That's what it is. He's looking at us funny. What? Do I need to switch something? Is that a switch? Fuck. Where is the switch? If you're gonna leave me out, at least give me the switch, right? Is the switch not even in there? Hold on. Or am I just missing it? What? Yeah, I'm probably just missing it. Okay. Where's this godforsaken fucking switch? Is it in his body? Hold on. Could be around here then. It's not even, it's not even there. What? Okay. There. My god, why is it on the other side instead?
That makes 3. 1 to go.
But yeah, he's like some kind of like fucking like person who really wants to revive the whole Bendy shit. And it becomes a fucking nightmare. It's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking revive the Bendy, and then yeah, that's what it is. And then evil happens, as you can tell. It was kind of explained, but because I was talking over the guy, this is a fucking, I don't know, I just don't like the game at all. This is filled with fucking, oh my god, okay, fine. Wow, whoa. Already at the first part, can't really fucking progress. Wait, so you're not the actual CEO? I thought you are the CEO. I legitimately thought that this guy's the CEO. Unless his name is not Joey. Okay. I guess picture guy is gone.
I believe there's something special in art.
Any of the new horror games follows the same formula of like asking the fucking whoever it is to come back. The fuck is that? Fuck's that kind of like formula? Is that all four of them? I hit all four of them already? If so. Okay. Cool. Oh. Whoa! What a fight! Bro! World Star! World Star! Yo, World Star! Yo, that's World Star, alright. That's some World Star gang shit. Hmm. I guess it is what it is. Alright, boys, we're here to save you. I think I had to go upstairs or something. It's not here. Maybe there's another door. Yeah, maybe there's another door that I can't remember where. Man, why is there invisible walls on this thing? I don't understand. Hello, person.
Back to the old grind.
Okay, where is this? Where does this lead to? I actually want to know because I don't know what the fuck. Where does this shitty thing? Okay, there we go. It leads to here. Turn back. I'm gonna go on a roller coaster ride, so I'm not gonna turn back because I want to be on a roller coaster ride.
Now, the ride truly begins, Henry. Come and pretend it's all just a bad dream.
Oh, my name is Henry. Oh, I get it now. I see. My name is Henry this whole time. I see.
It's a funny thing, how so much can fall apart so fast. We never really had control of the studio. Either you were in someone's pocket, or you were putting someone into yours. I just wanted what was promised to me. I just wanted to be beautiful. Surely you can understand that.
Yes.
Henry, why are you here? We're all dying to find out. Do you just enjoy the terror of the drop into hell? Because if that's the case, hang on tight. I've got a surprise.
Is that an actual drop? Damn. It's like the Disney fucking place, you know? The Disney Wonderland, whatever it is. Whatever that fucking thing's called in fucking, the ride that goes up and down or whatever it's called. Terror Tower or some shit like that. I don't remember. Is that one tower in Disney? That's the one. Tower of Terror. I think so. How are you doing? Understood that reference? Yeah, you understood that reference. Hello.
Boris. No, no. What has she done to you?
What the fuck is happening? Oh no! Do I have to fight?
Meet the new and improved Boris. I took what I wanted, and in return, I gave him so much more. And this time, there's no ink demon, no escape. Leave nothing.
Okay. So I need to find some goo. Yo, Boris, can you find me some goo? Is that the goo? Yeah, where is the goo? What the fuck? Oh, you spit the goo out. Okay, cool. Thanks. Where's the wrench? Thank you. What? Did I just have to wait for him to become tired? Okay, yeah, I guess so. Give me that shit. Whoa, Hulk smash! Look at that cart. Look at that cart go. Boom, 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 boom. Is he gonna pick up that cart? He is gonna pick up that cart. Oh man. I thought it was gonna be something. Throw it. Throw it. You're not gonna throw it. There you go. What? Whoa. Wait, hold on. Is there anything else better than this? A bone, a cup. I guess a bone would be good. Maybe. We'll see about a bone later. then again, like, how am I gonna put shit in now? Okay, go down. Wow! I just got. I leave for 10 minutes and you're beating Gooby with a pipe. Yep. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Thank you for the indeed. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I'm here to fuck Gooby up, I guess. I wanna see if I could actually get a bone then. Like, what if I use a bone to... Oh, I can't? Okay, sure. So I really just have to go with the... What the fuck? Oh, he Hulk smashed on me. Jesus Christ. Ooh, what a hog smash again. But what am I supposed to do with this thing then? Fuck! Okay, what am I supposed to do with that? Do I just hit him? Because if I can't... I know I can't hit him. Yeah, 360 no scope. No, he's not even a 360 with 180 no scope. Goddamn Joel, can you be that bad? I'm not even that bad. I don't even know what the fuck to do. Like, at this point in the game, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Fuck's the goo? It's not even a bone. I don't even understand. What do you do with this? See, I don't understand what the fuck do you do with that? I'm fighting a dog. The bone doesn't do anything. I tried with the bone, it doesn't do anything. Maybe. Wait, hold on. You know what? We'll try. Yep! Can't do anything. Yep. There we go. See? Can't do anything. Yeah, I was thinking about the bone as well, but then it's like, nope. I have to like wait for this thing to end or something. Slapping his ass. I don't think slapping his ass would work. Because I don't have any kind of thing at the moment. Are you kidding me? Okay, whatever. Yeah, I don't think slapping his ass works. God, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna wing it and see whether it's the gear. I mean, not the gear, the whatever it is. The wrench. Where's my wrench? Bruh, I thought my wrench was made. I probably just have to wait it out or something. Do I need a gear? That could be another thing, like me needing a gear or something. Yeah, see? I get smacked immediately, so I don't know what the fuck am I supposed to do. Yeah, see? I don't know what to do. Maybe I'm supposed to like bash through this door, I guess. Or what the fuck is eye ladies? Okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. Thank the Lord, Jesus. Okay, so I had to wait it out. Okay. So I actually did have to wait it out, and I thought I was like, no, this is not how it's like. Thank God. Uh-oh, Boris is gone. Oh. What? Oh shit. Lady's dead. Who's this one? Oh! 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 Yo, it's the hot lady. It's another hot lady, dude. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, it's another lady. Let's go. Freddy Fazbear from Five Nights at Freddy's. It could very well be. No coming on stream, you were warned. Okay. Last reel. Last of these nuts.
I know that song.
Everyone knows that song. Who are you? Why are you here?
I was invited by an old friend,
Oh.
and now I can't leave.
Then you know more than we do. 1 minute, we don't even exist. Just thoughts. And the next minute, this place.
Are you gonna let me out of here?
Down here, strangers aren't good things. How can we trust you? We don't even know what you are.
My name is Henry. I used to work here.
I honestly don't know my name. So, they call me Alice. But I'm no angel.
You look
go
like an
back and
angel.
rest.
Damn.
We'll talk again later.
What?
It's only for a few hours. No need to worry. I won't go far. Only up to level 6. Just stay here. Keep an eye on Henry, okay? I'll be back as soon as I can. I promise.
Alright, you heard her. The chick promises. Oh shit, Gooby's gonna get me out. Gooby, get me out, please.
Henry? Here. You must be hungry.
The fuck is this suit?
Sorry. It's all we have.
What? What? What the fuck, Gooby? It's like you. Fucking die here, bitch. Yeah, Gooby doesn't want. Gooby doesn't want me to eat.
It's just a little
No
creepy.
soup for you.
You're the one that writes on the walls.
We all do. For some poor souls down here, it's the only way they can be heard.
That's not our
But you don't want to
Gooby.
touch the
No.
ink for too long. It can claim you.
Who is she? She's
I'll be back.
the
That's how I
better
met Tom.
version of
I was messing with things I shouldn't have been, and
the chick
he
that
was
was
there.
after us this whole
Why do you
time.
call him Tom?
he just seems to respond to it.
Well, I don't think he's very fond
She
of
hot.
me.
She's kind of hot.
Let me show you something.
I don't know.
A while back, I was mapping out one
She got
way up the
horns.
when I
I
noticed
just realized
something
that she got
reflecting off a
horns.
piece of glass. I held up the glass, looked through, and on the wall behind me was a hidden message. Right there, in plain sight. So I kept looking. I found more and more messages everywhere in the studio. But you can't see them with your eyes. Only through this. Take a look. I don't know who's leaving them, but I think they know how to get out of here.
Where does it all lead to?
Nowhere. I followed them for a long time. Just leads me in circles. I don't think I meant to leave this place, Henry. But maybe you are.
Alice, please let me out of here.
Tom thinks you're dangerous.
And what do you think?
I
Oh,
think
HJ's a fucking
you're
slut.
the hope I've been waiting for.
Like, if HJ's here, he's
Go
a
to sleep.
fucking slut.
Maybe
All right.
tomorrow will be better.
Dude, any Alice in the chat? Any Allisons in the chat? Mod check?
That was really stupid, Tom. You shouldn't have gone out there. Now that he's seen you, it's only a matter of time before he finds us here.
Boris died because the evil chick fucked Boris
Can't
up.
just leave him.
Now we
Not
got
with the
Tom.
Englishman right outside the door.
What's going on?
He's coming. We have to move on. Tom, we have to let him out. I'm sorry.
What the fuck? You fucking simp! Hey, Dark Lord. She will leave you for dead. Oh. Wait. Yeah, take the spoon. Yeah, okay, cool. Look inside. I look inside a fucking whatever it is. How you doing, Dark Lord? Hope you're doing well, Dark Lord. What the fuck? What if I just not care about them? How do I go in? How do I go into this barge? Yeah, how do I go into this barge? Launch the barge. What? What's this? There's something in the river. Len! Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. How's your Overwatch 2 been? Hope your Overwatch 2 has been well. Hello guys, my name is Horse. I am a horse speedrunner. I'm a horse. I'm a speedrunner. I usually speedrun some games. But right now I'm actually playing a lot of the horror games. Because why not? Am I gonna launch this thing? Okay. Your horse? True. Yeah, but yeah, I hope your Overwatch 2 gameplays has been going well lately. What? Okay, there's something in the river. Yeah, I know about what it is in the river, but like, what am I supposed to do? Oh, was I just supposed to do that, or? What? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Huh? I don't understand. Am I not supposed to power this? Hold on. Launch the barge. I've launched the barge. What do you want me to do? Is this not me launching the barge already? What the flying fuck? Hello? What? Hey, Eclipse. On the button, no. Oh, this one. Okay, whatever. It's like trying to find out. Hey, Eclipse, how you doing? What's... Try and be better. Is this supposed to go at this speed? How is it going in this speed? It's so fucking slow. What kind of speed is this? One of the worst fucking speed I've ever sat on.
Sounds like something's stuck in the paddle wheel.
Oh my god. Stuck. Step bro, I'm stuck. Step bro. Cue the Jaws music. Dun 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 dun. I'm just dropping to say what's up, artistic mood, a friendly family. Any advice other than pain? My condolences, honestly. My advice is just pay their respect and that's about it. And just say my condolences and that's about it. Yeah, just say my condolences. Still though, it's kind of sad that, you know, one of your family's friend passed away. This thing is so slow. Why is it slow like that? Make something legit, post in Discord. What the fuck? Okay, no, this is interesting. Is the hand gonna grab the thing? No. It's like gun? I bring death? You bring death. I bring death. Once people now fallen into despair. Oh shit, hello.
I trusted you. I gave you everything. And you left me to rot. Why? Why?
Can I go in here then? Oh. Do I have to fight him? He lied. My daddy lied. My mommy lied. Everyone lied. Everyone lied, man. Pepe hands. It's Konami lied. Konami lied about a new Silent Hill. What am I supposed to do? Guys, what will happen if Konami lied? Well, yeah, I'm gonna kill him, but like... Oh, wait, what are you, a fucking pussy now? Fuck Konami. Konami's gonna release another new game.
You lied to me.
Dang, what a black face.
Free. Well, I'm going to
I didn't mean to say that. What a darkened face, sorry.
your shoulders.
What a void face.
It's time for sleep.
Oh shit, he's dead. Hello, Gooby. Also known as Tom. Oh! Thank you!
That was close.
Oh! Oh!
You're lucky
Yo!
we were in the
Yo!
neighborhood.
Only I get to kill. Damn. She's horny. Look, she's
I
horny.
don't think so. The searchers and the lost ones built this place. Sammy must have been keeping them at bay. Now that he's gone. Looks like we're in for a fight.
What?
Get ready.
Are you serious?
Here they come. Back to your puddles.
Whoa, that's a hot lady right there. Or whatever it is. The hot goo lady.
Never seen this many before.
That hot goo lady or whatever it is.
Get away from me!
I'm sorry. Whoa, that's a lot of them.
You can do this. Keep fighting.
What the flying fuck is this? Whoa. That's a lot of them. Oh shit! Shit. I don't want to die right now. I don't want to die right now. Yo, Gooby and the hot lady, please help me. Thank you.
Go back to your puddles.
Yo, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
Never seen this many before.
Hey, your friends indeed. Thank you for the follow again. By X fucking ink people.
Get away from me!
Why are they still coming out? What is with this? What is with this fight? Why are they still coming? Why are they still coming? What is this? This is so bullshit. Can they stop coming? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, that's so fucking long. How the fuck?
But you never know where they're gonna crawl out of next. Probably best if we stay together from now on. Henry? Think you can lead the way?
Oh my fucking god. Inside the vault. Which vault? This vault?
Now that's interesting.
Holy shit. Hey Valkyrie. Is that an Emiru? Sup? Is that an Emiru sub? What the fuck? Look, this vault, this!
Always on time.
Do I stream full time? Yes, I actually do. How are you doing, Adele's Revenge? Okay, I need a straight line, a curve, and a T. But yeah, I actually do stream full time. I try to stream about 5 to 8 hours a day, excluding weekends. I do this full time. Unfortunately, my full time stuff is not really going anywhere anytime soon. So. No, I really do love streaming. That's why I managed to do this full time. Full time being a degenerate too? Yes, true. I'm pretty much a degenerate. Meeting time gotta go by. Have a good meeting. Oh, hello. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey, offense indeed. Thank you for the follow again, much appreciated. I wanted to ask like why did I wanted to like ask why did you ask the question though? Is there any particular reason on why? Ooh, there's a goo here. There's one.
I know how much this part means to you, Susie. Alice means a lot to me.
Just curious because Singaporean culture still encourages. Yeah, unfortunately for me, I kind of felt like I wanted to go for more of a streaming kind of path, I guess, because I really do like streaming and I really do like content creation and such. The one thing that I am very different from a lot of the other streamers, a lot of the other like Singaporean streamers actually is doing master degree in kumatology, of course. Actually, yeah, here's the thing. One of the things that actually, like, puts me apart. Well, a few of the things, actually. One is that, as you can tell, I am not in a Singaporean accent. Like, can lah. Singaporean accent also can lah, but like the Ang Mo also don't know they understand me also. And so can also. So that's one. Two is that I speedrun a lot of games. So I'm a speedrunner. I speedrun like plenty of different games, and to me, I think that like puts me apart from all the other Singaporean streamers as well, because as you can tell, all the other Singaporean streamers, they always stream a bunch of whatever bullshit stuff they want to stream, or like mostly is Valorant. So there's that. However, I put a lot of stuff into horror actually, but a lot of the stuff that I put myself into is like horror speedruns as well. So yeah, League of Legends. Yeah, League of Legends as well. Favorite horror game? I don't have a favorite horror game actually. I have a favorite horror speedrun. My favorite horror speedrun is actually Saw. I was about to say Remother Tormented Fathers, but that's like one of my favorite. My utmost favorite is my utmost favorite like speedrun horror game is actually Saw. Yeah, Saw has a video. Saw has a video game actually. In fact, I actually did speedrun Saw like a week ago actually, on something called Games Done Quick or GDQ. Where they I was there to showcase I was there to showcase Saw the game. So yeah. No shit. I was on fucking. Do you not know, Valkyrie? Wait, actually, do you not know? I actually ran Saw on his show, on his GDQ show. Yeah, and Egg just raided. But yeah, Saw had a game. Saw had a game. I highly recommend actually playing that game. Shut up, Phoenix. Shush. Shush your mouth. So I end up here. Yeah, you end up here because hello. You end up here because fucking Dices raided me. So yeah. The other thing I think, okay, one of my I think I would say the favorite. Like I have a few favorite oh my god, I'm trapped. I have a few favorite horror games. Like I love Amnesia, I love Penumbra. Resident Evil 7 is one of my favorites as well. Don't tell Amai because Amai hates Resident Evil 7. Other than that, like there are a bunch of other like other games that I really do like as well. Oh wait, I've heard this before. I don't really give a fuck. But yeah, I have plenty. I have like a plethora of like horror games if you want to ask. Like if you want me to recommend any kind of horror games, I can totally try to recommend. There's a few that I can recommend, like Cry of Fear, Nightmare House 2. Some of the older ones like Penumbra. That game is good. I think one game that I actually did like to play like a while ago is what's that game called? Obscure. There you go. Obscure is another game that I really did like to play. Huh? Oh god, hello. Where's my fucking ink? Oh shit, hello. Yeah, where's my fucking ink? Hello, hello. Fuck me, I'm trapped. There you go. Oi! Oi! How was NS for you? Never went. I never went to NS, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I guess. That's like partially like the reason why I'm doing this full time. Yeah, that's like partially the reason why I'm doing this full time. And I try to keep it full time because, you know, I know like finance wise it's just fucking shit. But you know, it keeps me like, it keeps me happy actually. So it's something that keeps me happy, and yeah, I'm happy at least. But yeah, I never went to NS at all, which is like either the unfortunate thing, because yeah, you don't want to go to NS sometimes, or it's the fortunate thing where like, yeah, you don't want to go to NS. The unfortunate thing is that like I don't get paid much. Like if I ever get a job, right, and then they would ask me, oh, you have an NS kind of cert or some shit like that, I said no, and then yeah, the job is gonna be like pretty fucking shit, or the pay is gonna be pretty fucking shit. Are you fucking serious? Why are you here? Does it only apply to government? Yeah, government companies, yeah. But most places are government companies, you know? Hey, Osborne. I've never played this game before. I've never played this game before, and I fucking hated it. I'm fucking hating it. You should migrate. One way or another, I don't want to migrate, but technically I can migrate, you know? It's just the matter of fact of who's gonna take me in. Also, how are you doing, Osborne? How are you doing? Well, I can't wait to migrate. I mean, to be fair though, how old are you? And what are the chances for you to migrate? Yo, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Controller that you're playing a mouse and keyboard. It's not false advertising. You're 24 as well. Okay. Cool. But yeah, I follow on my phone. True. Honestly, like if I were to migrate, the problem right now is that who's gonna? It is a land of opportunity, yes, but also at the same time, the opportunities over here are shit. Like, no one really wants to give a fuck about any kind of opportunities here. It's either you can make money or you can't make money. And then if you like fucking, I don't know, if you just, oh hello. Hey Foggy Vibes. If you kind of like don't make things work, then that's it for you. You'll pay me, I'll give you boredom, you have to clean my cat litter. I mean, it is what it is, but at least it's a better thing, I guess. Wait, aren't I paying you in entertainment, you fucking idiot? R75, you're paying me. I pay for this? Well, you're paying for entertainment. What are you talking about? Oh. But yeah, like Singapore, it's like, yeah, there is a Singaporean dream where if you work hard, you get a lot of money and stuff like that. But like, I honestly would think that like, if you're trying to go for a Singaporean dream, good luck to you. Like, it doesn't fucking work that way, and it's like it's super fucking high standards. I don't grow up overseas. I actually grew up like here. The only reason I could speak like this is because of holy shit, the vault. The only reason why I could speak like this is because I've been talking to a lot of like foreign people for a long time. Of course, I could actually like talk to them one-on-one, or like I can also speak Singlish also.
Looks like whatever was here was taken long ago.
Not jialat, right? So like, yeah, I can also speak Singlish, or I can speak like clear English.
Where we have to go.
I just grew up as it is. I just grew up as it is.
I'm going after him.
How are you doing, Froggy
You wanna
Vibes?
go to
Hope you
his
are doing
lair?
well.
Are you crazy? That's death.
That's where the trail seems to lead.
But really, like,
Well, it's probably close by. Probably through that door.
I could do that. It's just,
Won't be
you know,
easy. I'll need 3 gears.
honestly, it's just
a crowbar,
whether or not I would like it or not.
some kind of counterbalance.
And yeah, if I don't like it, I still have to do it anyways. You
Well,
know,
that works too,
if I like it,
I guess.
would do it. Speak decently English and can be funny. Go work in an airport. Well, I can actually work in like some kind of retail, but like honestly, like no one wants to take me in because of my fucking. Yeah, no one wants to take me in because of me as an undergrad.
Don't make any noise.
Deaf. Dude, that's the fucking penis pump. I've seen this before.
I've never seen this before.
I've seen this before.
Nothing to build around.
We'll have to wait.
We can't.
Penis
They're
pump,
not
let's
like
go.
you, Henry. If we go in there, well, a drop of water in the ocean is rarely seen again.
And I guess it's all up to me. And I don't even know what I'm doing here. I don't even know why this is all
Why is your
happening.
horn cut
We're
out?
here for a reason.
Why do you know what a cock pump
There's
looks
always a
like?
reason.
Do you not know what a cock pump looks like, Phoenix Wolf? It
It's time.
looks like that.
Set us free.
Enter the machine. Okay, I'm gonna enter the machine. Wait, how do I enter the machine? We all have cock. Ah, yes, of
You
course.
could have at least given me a weapon.
Why do you know it? Why not? Penis pumps make wonders. Alright, goodbye. Nah, Phoenix Wolf is not really new. Not really that new, I guess. What am I supposed to do? I still remember my name. What am I supposed to do? Normalize having cock pumps, everyone does. SMH. Wait, do you know Jackie, by the way? By any chance, do you know who Jackie is? Oh, okay. So, at the time back in 2019, I needed a better PC. So from like 2019 to 2020, I was kind of having my old PC. So I have two PCs at the moment. One is the PC that I am using at the moment for streaming and such. The other one is my old PC. I was using my old PC, and my old PC is like kind of dying. So at the time when I did I kind of like co-founded the local speedrunning marathon, which is called Lion Speedrunners Assembly. So this is kind of like lore stuff. So lore. So we set up the whole Lion Speedrunners Assembly, and I found Jackie. IRL lore. I found Jackie through speedrun.com. Because I was trying to find a lot more Singaporean streamers or Singaporean speedrunners, and in total I think we had like 5. Is it 5? No, 6. Sorry, I think 6. Yeah. Jackie was one of those guys that knew how to fix PCs or knows how to make PCs, and he also was one of those people that knew how to talk his way through like getting parts as well. For my attacks, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Horses do love you indeed, or are your friends indeed? But yeah, so in mid 2020 around there, or I think it's what 2020 or 2021. Either way, I got my new PC from him, and he gave it to me for free because I was a good person in his eyes. Like, I was a good person, and he actually gave me the PC for free, which costed him like about like $1,000+ because some parts are used, some parts are new, and such like that. The problem was that in mid this year. It was a huge W until mid this year. My PC actually blew up, like kind of smoked, because I was speedrunning Ghostwire Tokyo a lot. I got simped for a motherboard. Oh no, it's fucking hell. So my PC was smoking, and I had to do a lot of repairs and stuff like that for my PC, and it ended up costing me about like $2,000 because one, Jackie wasn't around. Two, he was about to go to well, he wasn't around because his grandma passed away on like the weeks that my PC actually blew up, so it was kind of bad timing. Two, he kind of sold a lot of the stuff away because he was going to the Netherlands. He did mention saying that he's probably gonna come back at the end of this year and probably will give me or build another new PC for me. So hopefully, like when the time comes, there's gonna be like a new PC, and then I probably could, like, you know, I don't know what am I gonna do with the old PC and whatnot. But for my PC at the moment, it's kind of alright. The problem is that there are some stuff that I can't do at the moment, like updating my fucking computer, because I can't update my computer. I want to update my computer, I can't update my computer at all. So I'm kind of stuck with me not updating my computer, and also me getting scammed by PC repair people, because, you know, it costed me $2,000 just to actually get this fucking computer repaired when should have costed me like for free. Yeah, so I still talk to Jackie. Jackie's a really cool person to me, and like I owe him a lot. Like, I legitimately owe him a lot. He owes me, I owe him. That's the thing. But we actually found each other through speedrunning, and I owe you. Shut the fuck up, RJ25. But yeah, I found him through like speedrunning, and he actually thanked me for building a community for speedrunners as well, for the Singaporean community, and like we hope to see a lot more speedrunners in the Singaporean like side of things. But everyone's into Valorant, everyone's into Dota, everyone's into PUBG, everyone's into Apex. So yeah, I'm like one of the few people who actually like move away from those kind of stuff and actually do speedrunning, because I really do like speedrunning. I mean, I do want to play like other games as well. I don't mind playing Counter-Strike. I don't mind playing Overwatch. The problem is that if you're gonna stream those games, I don't think it's gonna work out that well if you're wanting to go full-time. That's why.
It's simply awe-inspiring what one can accomplish with their own hands. A love of play can
But why? You see a lot of people streaming that game. Do you think you have a chance of playing a mainstream game rather than playing a niche game? That's why I'm playing niche games all the time, you know?
when the tickets stopped selling, when the next big thing came
Yeah, says the guy who plays Call of Duty. But it is what it is. It's the reality of streaming as well, so.
You see, there's only one thing Bendy has never known. He was there for his beginning, but he's never seen the end.
The end. I haven't played COD in months. What have you been playing? Fucking Rocket League? I guess Rocket League. Overwatch 2 is not really that niche. I think it's still mainstream as it is. It kind of does get stressful. I'm gonna say about that. It kind of gets stressful. But if you know how to prioritize your time, then yeah. My streaming schedule is usually... Oh. My streaming schedule is usually around... Hold on. Yeah, my streaming schedule is usually around like 7 PM every day. Other than week. Oh shit. Other than the weekends, because weekends I probably would be alright streaming as well, but like I don't want to stream that much. I just want to take the time to like, you know, just want to take the time to actually just relax. Holy shit. Turn this thing on. Oh fuck. What the flying fuck? Mixing in niche has helped. That's my compliment. Advice you have given me has 100. Yeah. So if you were to try to make yourself known as more of a niche content creator than a mainstream content creator, then yeah. The only thing that I would say, if you know how to make content, then yes, I think content would help a lot with your mainstream content as well. But if you don't know how to make mainstream content, then my advice is just to give you, my advice is just to say, like, it would be better if, wait, there's another door. My advice would be just to stick to niche contents, so that people could find you and such. Like, you know, people can find me. Wow. People find me in like all different places, especially from like speedrun marathons. That's what I really did like about the whole speedrunning community, is because, you know, you can find anyone and everyone. The problem is that like there's not a lot of like people like us Singaporeans. Click in Singapore tag. I see. Oh, fuck. Do TikTok, YouTube. You know what's a good tweet that I did mention like a while back? Hold on. Oh, fuck my life. Okay, hold on. I did a tweet a while back because there was this person who said, and I quote, I don't know if you're gonna look at this, Ado's Revenge, but just hear this tweet real quick. Yeah, hear this tweet real quick. Open Twitch, browse, typed in Singapore tag, scroll down Valorant, continue scrolling, more Valorant, scroll to and Valorant again. Closed Twitch. So that's the Singapore tag. And then I kind of like told the person, or like I kind of retweeted it, saying that if you see me on the Singapore tag, I'm one of the few people who have other content like horror and speedruns. Check me out instead. I literally put that out like that. Oh fuck. There we go. Ah shit. Yeah, I kind of put that out instead because, like, you know, it's my content, and I don't think I would want to bring in Valorant at all. Oh, please! Thank you. Yeah, I just don't think I would want to bring in Valorant at all. I don't think Valorant is gonna be a good content for my channel. Even though I have tried it before, because, you know, I tried playing a little bit of Valorant with my friends. But the problem is just that, like, I just wanted to... What? No. I just wanted to play with friends, and that's about it. Yeah, you gotta be really good about, in Valorant. Who's laughing now? I don't know. Me? I'm laughing! This game's shit! This game's utter shit! What? Okay, what am I supposed to do? Okay. What gifts? Okay. Get the fuck out! I can't believe the speed of this fucking guy is so slow. Walks like he walks like my fucking grandma. It's just fucking slow as fuck. Take this. Haha, the end! You suffer the consequences of being the end! The end! The end! The end! Okay. Oh shit, I'm back at home. I'm back home! Mommy! Mama! I'm back home! Why is this door so thin? Who makes a door that fucking thin? Is that for a fucking glory hole or something? What the fuck? What are you, a fucking stick? What the fuck is a stick for doors like that?
Henry!
Hello, Dad. Hello,
soon.
Papa.
I didn't expect you for another hour yet. Now you're just trying to impress me. But I know.
There's a closet. You guys have closets like these? I don't have closets like that.
Who are we, Henry? I thought I knew who I was.
You're the CEO, huh?
The success starved me.
CEO.
Nothing left but lines on a page. In the end, we followed two different roads of our own making.
Oh, I chose the demon.
A lovely family. Me, a crooked empire.
Is that discount Bane voice? Probably.
I let our creations become my life. The truth is, you were always so good at pushing, old friend. Pushing me to do the right thing. You should have pushed a little harder. Henry, come visit the old workshop. There's something I need to show you.
All right, Joey. I'm here. Let's see if we can find what you wanted me to see.
Okay. Wow. The Meatly. What the fuck is... Oh, Sammy. I remembered Sammy, yeah. At least it's over. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Gooby! Damn, it's Gooby. 3-4 out of 10. I don't like this game. Game was alright, but like I just don't like this game. It's a bunch of fucking the fetch quests. What's the question, Yorkie? I lay these nuts on your face. Someone asked me the same thing earlier today. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for about... Well, I've been streaming, like, consistently for about 4 years. I started streaming back in 2012.
Tell me another one, Uncle Joey.
Unsaw, that was a legit question. Fine, eagles. I like eagles, alright? You have unlocked Scene 2 in all the previous chapters. You have unlocked Archives bonus content. Thank you. Who doesn't like egos? Look, the store is gone. I'll give you that. Like, the store here is gone. You can't even go in the store anymore. It was bad. Egos these. No, oh, fuck! Fuck! Not again! Not again! But yeah, game is shit. I don't like this game. I don't know how to feel about this game.